Hello. Tonight, we begin with the most fascinating fairy tale. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The wind tells about Valdemar Daae and his daughters. When the wind sweeps over the grass, the blades of grass ripple like the water of a lake. And when it sweeps over the cornfield, the ears of corn curl into waves like those on a lake. This is the dance of the wind. But listen to him tell the story. He sings it out. And how different his song among the trees of the forest is from his shriek through the cracks, crannies, and crevices of old walls. Watch him chase the white, fleecy clouds across the sky like a flock of sheep. Notice how he howls through the open gate, as if he were the watchman blowing his horn. Strangely, he whistles through the chimney until the fire on the hearth beneath blazes up, and it is pleasant and comfortable to sit in the chamber, warmed by its glow, and listen to stories. Let only the wind himself be the storyteller. He knows more wonderful tales than all the rest of us put together. Hear now how he tells the story. On, say. That is the theme of his song. Near the great belt, there stands an old mansion with thick red walls, says the wind. I know every stone of those walls. I knew them in the olden days when they were part of Marsk Stig's castle on the promontory. They were torn down from there, but then they were built up again to form a new wall and a new mansion. This was Borreby Mansion, which stands to this day. I have seen and known all the noble men and women of many different families who have lived there. Now I shall tell you of Valdemar Daae and his daughters. He was a very proud man, for he was of royal blood. He knew more than how to hunt the stag or empty the jug. Everything will come out right, he used to say. His high-born wife walked daintily in her golden cloth garment over floors of polished mosaic, magnificent tapestries, and costly, beautifully carved furniture surrounded her. She had brought both silver and gold into the house. There was German beer in the cellar. Proud black horses neighed in the stables. Ah, Borreby Mansion was then the home of wealth. And there were children. 3 fair daughters. I can still remember their names. Ide, Johanna, and Anna Dorothea. these were rich folk, noble folk, born and reared in luxury. Whew, whew, whew. On, sang the wind, and then continued his tale. Here I never saw, as in other old houses, the noble mistress turning the spinning wheel among her maidens in the great hall. She played upon the lute and sang, though not always the old Danish songs, but songs and foreign languages. There were life and gaiety here. Guests of distinction came from far and near. The sounds of music and the clinking of glasses were so loud that even I could not drown them. There was pride here, with boasting and bragging, and talk of domination, but not the blessings of our Lord. Then there was one May Day even, said the wind. When I came upon it from the west, I had seen ships wrecked on the coast of West Jutland, had hunted over the heath and the green wooded shore to Funen. And now I came over the great belt, blowing and roaring. I lay down for a rest on the coast of Zealand, quite near Borreby Mansion, where the beautiful forest of oaks still grew. The young lads of the neighborhood came out to the forest to collect the biggest and driest branches and twigs they could find. They carried them into the town, laid them in piles, set fire to them. Then the young men and girls sang as they danced around them. I lay still, said the wind. But then gently, I just touched one of the branches that had been brought by the handsomest lad of them all. And immediately, his pile of wood blazed up the highest. That meant he became the leader among them, with the privilege of choosing first one of the young girls to be his own May lamb. There was a joy, a merriment, such as I had never found in the rich Borreby mansion. Then there came driving toward the mansion in a gilded carriage drawn by 6 horses, the noble lady herself with her 3 daughters, so young and so fair, 3 sweet blossoms, a rose, a lily, and a pale hyacinth. Their mother was like a proud, splendid tulip. No word of greeting did she have for the peasants, who stopped their game and bowed and scraped to her. Stiff as a tulip, she held herself. Yes, rose, lily, and pale hyacinth, I saw all 3. Whose May lambs would they become one day, I wondered. Surely their young men would be proud knights, perhaps even princes. Whew, whew, whew. On. So the carriage rattled past, and the peasants returned to their dance. Summer was being celebrated from one town to another, in Borreby, Gyraby, and all the towns around. But when I rose up that same night, the high-born lady had laid herself down, never to rise again. That had come to her, which comes to all men. That is nothing new. Grave and thoughtful stood Valdemar Daae. He seemed to be saying, The proudest tree may be bowed, but not broken. The daughters wept, and all eyes in the mansion had to be dried. Lady Daae had passed on, and I then passed on. Whew, whew, whew. I came again, as I often came across Funen and the waters of the belt, and rested near Borreby in the shelter of the beautiful oak forest. Here ospreys, wood pigeons, blue ravens, and even the black storks build their nests. It was the spring of the year, and some had eggs, while others had even young ones. How they flew, how they cried. The sound of the axe could be heard, stroke after stroke. The trees were to be felled. Valdemar Daae had decided to build a ship, a great warship with 3 decks, which the king would surely buy. And for this, the trees must fall, and the birds lose their homes. The hawk flew away in terror as his nest was destroyed. The osprey and all the other birds flew around in terrified anger, screaming of their wrath and agony. I could understand them well enough. The crows and jackdaws shrieked in scorn. Caw, caw, from the nests. And in the middle of the forest, with the workmen, stood Valdemar Daae and his 3 daughters, and they all laughed at the wild protests of the birds, all but the youngest, Anna Dorothea. She was a tender-hearted child, and when an old half-dead tree, on whose bare branches a black stork had built his nest, was to be cut down, it saddened her so to see the helpless young ones thrusting their heads out in the terror, that she begged with tears in her eyes that this one tree be spared. So the tree, with the black stork's nest, was left standing. There was much hammering and sawing as the 3-deck ship was being built. The master shipbuilder was a fine-looking young fellow, though of lowly birth, his eyes sparkling with life, and his brow thoughtful. Valdemar Daae liked to hear him talk, and so did little Ida, his eldest daughter, who was now 15 years old. And while he built the ship for her father, he built many a castle in the air besides, and saw himself and little Ide sitting there as man and wife. That might actually have come to pass if the castle had been of walled stone, with ramparts and moat, forest, and gardens. But with all his skill, the builder was only a common bird. And what business did a sparrow have among a flock of cranes? I flew away, and he flew away, and little Ide forgot it, as forget she must. In the stable the beautiful black horses neighed. They were worth looking at, and they were looked at. The admiral was sent by the king himself to inspect the new warship, and to discuss buying it. He was loud in admiration for the splendid horses. "I heard him well," said the wind. I followed the gentleman through the open stable door and scattered about their feet wisps of straw, yellow as gold. Gold. That was what Valdemar Daae wanted, and the admiral wanted the black horses he admired so greatly. But all their discussion came to nothing. The horses weren't bought, and neither was the ship. It was left on the shore with planks over it, a Noah's Ark that was never to float on water. Phew, phew, phew. It was a pity. In the winter, when the fields were covered with snow and ice floes choked the belt, said the wind, flocks of black ravens and crows came and perched on the lifeless, solitary ship as it stood on the shore. The frantic old birds and the homeless young ones screamed horse tales about the oak forest that had been ravished and the many wonderful nests that had been destroyed, all for the sake of this great piece of useless lumber, the proud vessel that was never to sail the seas. And I tossed and whirled the snow about until it lay thickly over the ship. I made it listen to my voice and taught it all that a storm has to say. I certainly did my part in teaching it all a ship should know of life. Whew, 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 on, on, on. And winter passed away. Winter and summer passed, as they always pass, as I pass, as the snow melts, as the leaf drifts downward, as the apple blossom fades, away, 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 and as people pass away. But the daughters were still young. Little-eyed was still as blooming a rose as when the shipbuilder had seen her. Often I caught hold of her long brown hair when she stood thoughtfully beside the apple tree in the garden, and she didn't notice that I shook petals down on her hair, loosening it, as she gazed at the crimson sunset and the streak of golden sky through the dark bushes and trees. Her sister, Johann, was still like a lily, bright and slender, straight and tall, as stiff upon her stalk as her mother had been. She loved to linger in the great hall where the portraits of their ancestors hung. The ladies were painted wearing velvets and silk, with tiny pearl-embroidered hats set on their braids. They were beautiful ladies, indeed. The men were shown in steel armor, or in stiff white ruffs, and rich mantles lined with squirrel fur, their swords belted to their sides, not around their waists. Johanna often wondered how her own portrait would look on those same walls, and what her husband would look like. Yes, she thought about that, and talked about it to herself. I heard it as I whipped through the long gallery into the hall and whirled around again. Anna Dorothea, the pale hyacinth, was still a very quiet child of 14, with large, thoughtful blue eyes, and the smile of childhood still lingering on her lips. Even if I could have, I would never have blown that smile away. I met her in the garden, in the narrow lane, or in the fields, gathering herbs and flowers for her father to use in the wondrous potions and mixtures he used to prepare. Valdemar Daae, though haughty and conceited, was also a man of skill and great knowledge. People knew that and spoke about it. Fire burned in summer, as well as winter, in the fireplace in his study. His chamber door was always locked. Night and day he worked, yet he seldom spoke of his labors. He knew that the secrets of nature must be wooed secretly, and he was seeking the best secret of all, how to produce pure red gold. The smoke therefore rose out of the chimney continuously, and the fire crackled as it burned. I was there, sang the wind. I whistled up the chimney. Stop it! Stop it! I sang through the chimney. It will all end in smoke, dust, embers, and ashes. You will burn yourself up. Whew, whew, stop it! But Valdemar Daae did not stop. Those superb horses in the stable, what became of them? And the fine old gold and silver in cupboards and chests, the cattle in the meadows, the mansion, and all its riches? Yes, they were all melted down in the gold-making crucible, and yet no gold came of it. Barn and granary, cellar and pantry, all were empty now. The house sheltered fewer folk and more mice. One window pane was broken, another cracked, said the wind. And now I had no need to go around to the door to get in. The chimney still smoked, to be sure, not for cooking dinner, but for cooking the red gold. I blew through the courtyard gates, like the watchman blowing his horn. But there was no watchman here, said the wind. I whirled the weathercock round and round, and it creaked like the snoring of the watchman. But there was no watchman. Only rats and mice were there. Poverty loaded the table and stuffed wardrobe and larder. The doors sagged from their hinges. There were chinks and cracks in plenty, so that I could go in and out at will. In the smoke and ashes, beset by sorrow and sleepless nights, Valdemar's hair and beard turned gray. His skin grew coarse and yellowish. His eyes still looked greedily for gold, the long hoped-for gold. I blew ashes and smoke into his face and beard. I whistled through the broken panes and open cracks and blew into the daughter's chest of drawers, where they kept their clothes, which now were faded and threadbare from constant use, but which had to last them. The poor dears never had such a song as this sung at their cradles. But none, save I, sang any song at all in the great hall now. The life of abundance had turned into one of poverty, said the wind. I snowed them in, and it is said that snow puts one in a good humor. They had no firewood, for the forest was destroyed. There came a sharp frost, and while I sprang through holes and passages, and over walls and roofs to keep myself warm, the high-born daughters huddled in bed against the cold, and their father crept beneath a covering of rude skins. Nothing to eat, nothing to burn. It was a hard lesson they had to learn. Hoo-hoo, woo, woo. But Valdemar Daae couldn't learn. After winter comes the spring, he said, and after troubles come the good times. We have only to wait. Wait. Now the mansion is mortgaged. Now it is high time indeed, and so we shall have gold by Easter. And then I saw him watching a spider at work, and heard him mutter, "Good, industrious little weaver, you teach me to persevere. Your web may be broken, but you only begin it again. Again it may be torn asunder, but all undismayed, you return again and again to your work, and you are rewarded at last." Then Easter morning came, and the bells rang, and the sun shone in the heavens. He had awakened in a feverish heat. He had boiled and seethed and distilled and compounded. I heard him sigh like a lost soul, and I heard him pray. I felt that he was holding his breath. The lamp had gone out, but he did not notice it. I blew on the coals until a flame shone on his chalk-white face and lighted up those staring eyes. But then those eyes became larger and larger until they seemed about to burst. Behold the alchemistic glass. I glittered, glowing, pure and heavy. He lifted it with faltering hand. He cried with stumbling tongue, "Gold! Gold!" He staggered, dizzy, and I could have blown him down as he stood, said the wind. But I only blew on the live coals, then followed him through the door to where his daughters sat, shivering. Ashes sprinkled his beard, clung to his dress, and lay in his matted hair. He stood erect and lifted high his treasure in its fragile glass. "I've found it! I've won!" he cried. "Gold!" The glass flashed in the sunbeams as he held it high. And then, Lazur, his hand trembled so that the alchemistic glass fell to the floor and shivered into 1,000 fragments. His last bubble had burst. Hoo, woo, woo, on, on. And I went on, away from the alchemist's home. Toward the end of that year, during the short days when the mist flings wet drops on the red berries and leafless branches, I came back in happy spirits, swept the heavens clean, and broke off the dead branches. That is not very hard work, to be sure, but it has to be done. And at the same time, there was a different sort of sweeping and cleaning out at Borreby Mansion. Valdemar Daae's old enemy, Ove Ramel of Basnes, was there with the mortgage on the mansion and all its contents. I drummed on the broken panes, beat against the ruined doors, and whistled through the cracks and chinks. Master Ove shouldn't find it pleasant to stay there. Ide and Anna Dorothea wept quietly. Johanna stood pale and stately and bit her thumb till it bled. But all that did no good. Ove Ramel generously offered to allow Mr. Daae to remain at the mansion during his lifetime. But he got no thanks for the gesture. I listened and noticed how the homeless old nobleman held his head more proudly than ever. I rushed against the mansion and the old lime trees, so that the thickest branch broke off. And it wasn't a rotten one either. There it lay at the gate, like a broom for sweeping out. And there was sweeping out there, you may be sure. But I had expected it. Oh, that was a day of bitterness, a sorrowful day, but with a stiff neck and a stout back, the proud man bore his burden bravely. They had nothing left except the clothes they wore and the new alchemistic glass filled with the brittle treasure that had promised so much. The fool's gold scraped up from the floor. This Valdemar Daae hid in his breast. He took his cane in his hand, and with his 3 daughters, the once rich nobleman walked out of Borreby Mansion. I blew cold upon his flaming cheeks and stroked his gray beard and long white hair to and fro as I sang, as loudly as I could. Whew, whew, whew. This was the end of his glory. Ide and Anne Dorothea walked on each side of him, but as Johanna crossed the threshold, she turned back. Perhaps, as he gazed so wistfully at the red stones that had once made up Marsk Stig's castle, she remembered the old ballad about Marsk Stig's daughters. The elder took the younger by the hand, and forth they went to a distant land. Was she thinking of this song? Here were 3 daughters, and their father was with them. They turned off from the highway, where they had used to drive in their carriage, and made their way to Smidstrup Field, to a little shack of mud they had rented for 10 marks a year. These bare walls and empty chambers were their new mansion. Crows and jackdaws circled above their heads, screaming, as if in mockery. Turned out of the nest, caw, caw, just as they had screamed in Borreby Wood when the oaks were being cut down. Mr. Daae and his daughters must have understood the cries. They were not pleasant to listen to, so I did my best to drown them out by blowing about their ears. Thus, they passed into the shack of mud on Smidstrup Field, and I passed away over field and moor, through bare hedges and leafless woods, away over open waters, to other lands. Whew, whew, on, year after year. What happened to Valdemar Daae? What happened to his daughters? The wind will tell us. The last time I went to see them, I found only Anna Dorothea, the pale hyacinth. She was then old and bent. It was 100 years later. She had lived the longest. She knew the whole story. Across the heath, near the town of Viborg, there stood the dean's beautiful new house, with red stones and pointed gables, and chimneys always smoking busily. The gentle lady and her beautiful daughters sat on the balcony and looked out over the hanging buckthorn in the garden, out to the brown heath. What did they look at there? They looked at the stork's nest on that dilapidated cottage out there. House leak and moss made up most of the roof, if one could call it a roof. The stork's nest covered the greater part of it, and that alone was in good condition, for the stork kept it that way. It was a house to look at, but not to touch, said the wind. I had to pass by it very gently. The hut was left there only for the sake of the stork's nest, for it was certainly no credit to the heath. The dean didn't want to drive the stork away, so the poor old woman who had lived in the hut had permission to stay there and shelter herself as well as he could. For that, she owed thanks to the queer Egyptian bird. Or was it because, so many years ago, she had pleaded for the nest of his wild black brother in Borreby Wood? Then she, the poor woman, was a happy child, a delicate, pale hyacinth in the garden of her ancestral home. She remembered it now. Anna Dorothea forgot nothing. Oh, she sighed. Yes, humans can sigh almost like the wind himself does among the reeds and rushes. Oh, there were no Yili to ring at your funeral, Valdemar Daae. No groups of poor schoolboys sang psalms when Borreby's former master was laid to rest. Oh, but everything comes to an end. Misery as well as happiness. It grieved my father worst of all, that my sister Ide should become the wife of a peasant, a miserable peasant, whom he could have punished by making him ride a hard plank. But he is at peace in the grave now, and you are with him, Ide. Oh yes, me, I am still here. I am old and poor. Deliver me, kind Christ. Such was the prayer of Anna Dorothea in the miserable mud hut that was allowed to stand only for the sake of the stork. The boldest and most resolute of the three sisters I carried off myself, said the wind. She cut her clothes like a man's, disguised herself as a poor lad, and went into service as a sailor. She was sparing of speech, cross-looking, but quick at her work, although she couldn't climb the mast. So one night, I blew her overboard before anyone found out she was a woman, and I think that was the right thing to do. It was another Easter morning, bright as that morning when Valdemar Daae thought he had found the gold among those tumble-down walls beneath the stork's nest. I could hear a faint voice chanting a psalm. It was Anna Dorothea's last hymn. There was no window with glass, only a hole in the wall. But the sun set itself there like a lump of gold. And as she gazed on its glory, her heart broke and her eyes grew fixed. The stork had given her shelter to the day of her death. I sang at her funeral, said the wind, as I had sung at her father's. I know where his grave is, and her grave, but no one else knows. Now there are new times, changed times. The old highway is lost in the fields. Old cemeteries have been made into new roads, and soon the steam engine, with its row of cars, will come to rush over the forgotten graves of unknown ancestors. Whew, whew, whew. On. And that's the story of Valdemar Daae and his daughters. Tell it better, you people, if you think you can, said the wind, then veered around. He was gone. The girl who trod on the loaf. There was once a girl who trod on a loaf to avoid soiling her shoes, and the misfortunes that happened to her in consequence are well known. Her name was Ing. She was a poor child, but proud and presuming, and with a bad and cruel disposition. When quite a little child, she would delight in catching flies and tearing off their wings, so as to make creeping things of them. When older, she would take cockchafers and beetles and stick pins through them. Then she pushed a green leaf or a little scrap of paper towards their feet. And when the poor creatures would seize it and hold it fast and turn over and over in their struggles to get free from the pin, she would say, "The cockchafer is reading. See how he turns over the leaf." She grew worse instead of better with years, and, unfortunately, she was pretty, which caused her to be excused when she should have been sharply reproved. Your headstrong will require severity to conquer it, her mother often said to her. As a little child, you used to trample on my apron, but one day, I fear you will trample on my heart. And alas, this fear was realized. Ing was taken to the house of some rich people who lived at a distance and who treated her as their own child and dressed her so fine that her pride and arrogance increased. When she had been there about a year, her patroness said to her, "You ought to go, for once, and see your parents, Ing." So Ing started to go and visit her parents, but she only wanted to show herself in her native place, that the people might see how fine she was. She reached the entrance of the village and saw the young laboring men and maidens standing together chatting, and her own mother amongst them. Ing's mother was sitting on a stone to rest, with a fagot of sticks lying before her, which she had picked up in the wood. Then Ing turned back. She who was so finely dressed, she felt ashamed of her mother, a poorly clad woman, who picked up wood in the forest. She did not turn back out of pity for her mother's poverty, but from pride. Another half-year went by, and her mistress said, "You ought to go home again and visit your parents, Inga, and I will give you a large wheaten loaf to take to them. They will be glad to see you, I am sure." So Ing put on her best clothes and her new shoes, drew her dress up around her, and set out, stepping very carefully, that she might be clean and neat about the feet. And there was nothing wrong in doing so. But when she came to the place where the footpath led across the moor, she found small pools of water and a great deal of mud. So she threw the loaf into the mud and trod upon it, that she might pass without wetting her feet. But as she stood with one foot on the loaf and the other lifted up to step forward, the loaf began to sink under her, lower and lower, till she disappeared altogether, and only a few bubbles on the surface of the muddy pool remained to show where she had sunk. And this is the story. But where did Inga go? She sank into the ground and went down to the marsh woman, who is always brewing there. The marsh woman is related to the elf maidens, who are well known, for songs are sung and pictures painted about them. But of the marsh woman, nothing is known, excepting that when a mist arises from the meadows in summertime, it is because she is brewing beneath them. To the marsh woman's brewery, Ing sunk down to a place which no one can endure for long. A heap of mud is a palace compared with the marsh woman's brewery. And as Ing fell, she shuddered in every limb, and soon became cold and stiff as marble. Her foot was still fastened to the loaf, which bowed her down as a golden ear of corn bends the stem. An evil spirit soon took possession of Ing and carried her to a still worse place, in which she saw crowds of unhappy people waiting in a state of agony for the gates of mercy to be opened to them. And in every heart was a miserable and eternal feeling of unrest. It would take too much time to describe the various tortures these people suffered. But Inga's punishment consisted in standing there as a statue, with her foot fastened to the loaf. She could move her eyes about and see all the misery around her, but she could not turn her head. And when she saw the people looking at her, she thought they were admiring her pretty face and fine clothes, for she was still vain and proud, but she had forgotten how soiled her clothes had become while in the marsh woman's brewery, and that they were covered with mud. A snake had also fastened itself in her hair and hung down her back, while from each fold in her dress a great toad peeped out and croaked like an asthmatic poodle. Worse than all was the terrible hunger that tormented her, and she could not stoop to break off a piece of the loaf on which she stood. No, her back was too stiff, and her whole body like a pillar of stone. And then came creeping over her face and eyes flies without wings. She winked and blinked, but they could not fly away, for their wings had been pulled off. This, added to the hunger she felt, was horrible torture. "If this lasts much longer," she said, "I shall not be able to bear it." But it did last, and she had to bear it without being able to help herself. A tear, followed by many scalding tears, fell upon her head and rolled over her face and neck, down to the loaf on which she stood. Who could be weeping for Inga? She had a mother in the world still, and the tears of sorrow which a mother sheds for her child will always find their way to the child's heart. But they often increase the torment instead of being a relief. And Ing could hear all that was said about her in the world she had left. And everyone seemed cruel to her. The sin she had committed in treading on the loaf was known on earth, for she had been seen by the cowherd from the hill when she was crossing the marsh and had disappeared, when her mother wept and exclaimed, "Ah, Ing, what grief thou hast caused thy mother," she would say. "Oh, that I had never been born. My mother's tears are useless now." And then the words of the kind people who had adopted her came to her ears when they said, "Ing was a sinful girl who did not value the gifts of God, but trampled them under her feet." Ah, thought Ing, they should have punished me and driven all my naughty tempers out of me. A song was made about the girl who trod on a loaf to keep her shoes from being soiled, and this song was sung everywhere. The story of her sin was also told to the little children, and they called her Wicked Ing, and said she was so naughty that she ought to be punished. Inga heard all this, and her heart became hardened and full of bitterness. But one day, while hunger and grief were gnawing in her hollow frame, she heard a little innocent child, while listening to the tale of the vain, haughty Ing, burst into tears and exclaim, "But will she never come up again?" And she heard the reply, "No, she will never come up again, sir." But if she were to say she was sorry, and ask pardon, and promise never to do so again, asked the little one, yes, then she might come, but she will not beg pardon, was the answer. "Oh, I wish she would," said the child, who was quite unhappy about it. "I should be so glad. I would give up my doll and all my playthings if she could only come here again. Poor Ing. It is so dreadful for her." These pitying words penetrated to Inga's inmost heart and seemed to do her good. It was the first time anyone had said, "Poor Ing," without saying something about her faults. A little innocent child was weeping and praying for mercy for her. It made her feel quite strange, and she would gladly have wept herself, and it added to her torment to find she could not do so. And while she thus suffered in a place where nothing changed, years passed away on earth, and she heard her name less frequently mentioned. But one day, a sigh reached her ear, and the words, "Inga, Inga, what a grief thou hast been to me." I said it would be so. It was the last sigh of her dying mother. After this, Inga heard her kind mistress say, "Ah, poor Ing, shall I ever see thee again? Perhaps I may, for we know not what may happen in the future." But Ing knew right well that her mistress would never come to that dreadful place. Time passed, a long, bitter time. Then Ing heard her name pronounced once more, and saw what seemed two bright stars shining above her. They were two gentle eyes closing on earth. Many years had passed since the little girl had lamented and wept about poor Ing. That child was now an old woman whom God was taking to himself. In the last hour of existence, the events of a whole life often appear before us. And this hour, the old woman remembered how, when a child, she had shed tears over the story of Ing, and she prayed for her now. As the eyes of the old woman closed to earth, the eyes of the soul opened upon the hidden things of eternity. And then she, in whose last thoughts Inga had been so vividly present, saw how deeply the poor girl had sunk. She burst into tears at the sight, and in heaven, as she had done when a little child on earth, she wept and prayed for poor Inga. Her tears and her prayers echoed through the dark void that surrounded the tormented captive soul, and the unexpected mercy was obtained for it through an angel's tears. As in thought, Inga seemed to act over again every sin she had committed on earth. She trembled, and tears she had never yet been able to weep rushed to her eyes. It seemed impossible that the gates of mercy could ever be opened to her. But while she acknowledged this in deep penitence, a beam of radiant light shot suddenly into the depths upon her, more powerful than the sunbeam that dissolves the man of snow which the children have raised, more quickly than the snowflake melts and becomes a drop of water on the warm lips of a child, was the stony form of Ing changed. And as a little bird, she soared with the speed of lightning upward to the world of mortals, a bird that felt timid and shy to all things around it, that seemed to shrink with shame from meeting any living creature, and hurriedly sought to conceal itself in a dark corner of an old ruined wall. There it sat cowering and unable to utter a sound, for it was voiceless. Yet how quickly the little bird discovered the beauty of everything around it. The sweet, fresh air, the soft radiance of the moon as its light spread over the earth, the fragrance which exhaled from bush and tree made it feel happy as it sat there, clothed in its fresh, bright plumage. All creation seemed to speak of beneficence and love. The bird wanted to give utterance to thoughts that stirred in his breast, as the cuckoo and the nightingale in the spring, but it could not. Yet in heaven can be heard the song of praise, even from a worm, and the notes trembling in the breast of the bird were as audible to heaven even as the Psalms of David before they had fashioned themselves into words and song. Christmas time drew near, and a peasant who dwelt close by the old wall stuck up a pole with some ears of corn fastened to the top, that the birds of heaven might have feast and rejoice in the happy, blessed time. And on Christmas morning, the sun arose and shone upon the ears of corn, which were quickly surrounded by a number of twittering birds. Then, from a hole in the wall, gushed forth in song the swelling thoughts of the bird as he issued from his hiding place to perform his first good deed on earth. And in heaven, it was well known who that bird was. The winter was very hard. The ponds were covered with ice, and there was very little food for either the beasts of the field or the birds of the air. Our little bird flew away into the public roads and found here and there, in the ruts of the sledges, a grain of corn, and at the halting places some crumbs. Of these he ate only a few, but he called around him the other birds and the hungry sparrows, that they too might have food. He flew into the towns and looked about, and wherever a kind hand had strewed bread on the windowsill for the birds, he only ate a single crumb himself, and gave all the rest to the rest of the other birds. In the course of the winter, the bird had in this way collected many crumbs and given them to other birds, till they equaled the weight of the loaf on which Ink had trod to keep her shoes clean. And when the last breadcrumb had been found and given, the gray wings of the bird became white and spread themselves out for flight. "See, yonder is a seagull," cried the children when they saw the white bird as it dived into the sea and rose again into the clear sunlight, white and glittering. But no one could tell whither it went then, although some declared it flew straight to the sun. Ole the Tower Keeper. In the world, it's always going up and down. And now I can't go up any higher, so said Ole the Tower Keeper. Most people have to try both the ups and the downs. And rightly considered, we all get to be watchmen at last, and look down upon life from a height. Such was the speech of Ole, my friend, the old tower keeper, a strange, talkative old fellow, who seemed to speak out everything that came into his head, and who, for all that had many a serious thought deep in his heart. Yes, he was the child of respectable people, and there were even some who said that he was the son of a privy councillor, or that he might have been. He had studied, too, and had been assistant teacher and deputy clerk. But of what service was all that to him? In those days, he lived in the clerk's house, and was to have everything in the house, to be at free quarters, as the saying is. But he was still, so to speak, a fine young gentleman. He wanted to have his boots cleaned with patent blacking, and the clerk could only afford ordinary grease. And upon that point, they split. One spoke of stinginess, the other of vanity, and the blacking became the black cause of enmity between them, and at last they parted. This is what he demanded of the world in general, namely, patent blacking, and he got nothing but grease. Accordingly, he at last drew back from all men and became a hermit. But the church tower is the only place in a great city where hermitage, office, and bread can be found together. So he betook himself up thither, and smoked his pipe as he made his solitary rounds. He looked upward and downward, and had his own thoughts, and told in his own way of what he read in books and in himself. I often lent him books, good books, and you may know by the company he keeps. He loved neither the English governess novels nor the French ones, which he called a mixture of empty wind and raisin stalks. He wanted biographies and descriptions of the wonders of the world. I visited him at least once a year, generally directly after New Year's Day. And then he always spoke of this and that, which the change of the year had put into his head. I will tell the story of 3 of these visits, and will reproduce his own words whenever I can remember them. First visit. Among the books which I had lately lent all, was one which had greatly rejoiced and occupied him. It was a geological book, containing an account of the boulders. Yes, they're rare old fellows, those boulders, he said. And to think that we should pass them without noticing them. And over the street pavement, the paving stones, those fragments of the oldest remains of antiquity, one walks without ever thinking about them. I have done the very thing myself, but now I look respectfully at every paving stone. Many thanks for the book. It has filled me with thought and has made me long to read more on the subject. The romance of the earth is, after all, the most wonderful of all romances. It's a pity one can't read the first volume of it, because it is written in a language that we don't understand. One must read in the different strata, in the pebble stones, for each separate period. Yes, it is a romance, a very wonderful romance, and we all have our place in it. We grope and ferret about, and yet remain where we are. But the ball keeps turning, without emptying the ocean over us. The clod on which we move about holds and does not let us through. And then it's a story that has been acting for thousands upon thousands of years and is still going on. My best thanks for the book about the boulders. Those are fellows indeed. They could tell us something worth hearing, if they only knew how to talk. It's really a pleasure now and then to become a mere nothing, especially when a man is as highly placed as I am. And then to think that we all, even with patent lacquer, are nothing more than insects of a moment on that ant hill, the earth. Though we may be insects with stars and garters, places and offices, one feels quite a novice beside these venerable million-year-old boulders. On last New Year's Eve, I was reading the book and had lost myself in it so completely that I forgot my usual New Year's diversion, namely, the wild hunt to Amek. Ah, you don't know what that is. The journey of the witches on broomsticks is well enough known. That journey is taken on St. John's Eve to the Brocken. But we have a wild journey, also, which is national and modern. And that is the journey to Amek on the night of the New Year, all indifferent poets and poetesses, musicians, newspaper writers, and artistic notabilities. I mean those who are no good, ride in the New Year's night through the air to Amek. They sit backwards on their painting brushes or quill pens, for steel pens won't bear them. They're too stiff. As I told you, I see that every New Year's night, and could mention the majority of the riders by name. But I should not like to draw their enmity upon myself, for they don't like people to talk about their ride to Amak on quill pens. I've a kind of niece who is a fishwife, and who, as she tells me, supplies 3 respectable newspapers with the terms of abuse and vituperation they use. And she has herself been at Amak as an invited guest. But she was carried out thither, for she does not own a quill pen, nor can she ride. She has told me all about it. Half of what she said is not true, but the other half gives us information enough. When she was out there, the festivities began with a song. Each of the guests had written his own song, and each one sang his own song, for he thought that the best, and it was all one, all the same melody. Then those came marching up in little bands who are only busy with their mouths. There were ringing bells that rang alternately, and then came the little drummers that beat their tattoo in the family circle. And acquaintance was made with those who write without putting their names, which here means as much as using grease instead of patent blacking. And then there was the beadle with his boy. And the boy was worst off, for in general, he gets no notice taken of him. Then, too, there was the good street sweeper with his cart, who turns over the dustbin and calls it good, very good, remarkably good. And in the midst of the pleasure that was afforded by the mere meeting of these folks, there shot up, out of the great dirt heap at Amak, a stem, a tree, an immense flower, a great mushroom, a perfect roof, which formed a sort of warehouse for the worthy company, for in it hung everything they had given to the world during the old year. Out of the tree poured sparks like flames of fire. These were the ideas and thoughts borrowed from others, which they had used, and which now got free and rushed away like so many fireworks. They played at the stick burns, and the young poets played at heartburns, and the witlings played off their jests, and the jests rolled away with a thundering sound, as if empty pots were being shattered against doors. It was very amusing, my niece said. In fact, she said many things that were very malicious, but very amusing. But I won't mention them, for a man must be good-natured, and not a carping critic. But you will easily perceive that when a man once knows the rights of the journey to Amak, as I know them, it's quite natural that on the New Year's night, one should look out to see the wild chase go by. If in the new year I miss certain persons who used to be there, I am sure to notice others who are new arrivals. But this year, I omitted taking my look at the guests. I bowled away on the boulders, rolled back through millions of years, and saw the stones break loose high up in the north. Saw them drifting about on icebergs, long before Noah's Ark was constructed, saw them sink down to the bottom of the sea and reappear with a sandbank, with that one that peered forth from the flood and said, "This shall be Zealand." I saw them become the dwelling place of birds that are unknown to us, and then become the seat of wild chiefs of whom we know nothing, until with their axes they cut their runic signs into a few of these stones, which then came into the calendar of time. But as for me, I had gone quite beyond all lapse of time, and had become a cipher and a nothing. Then 3 or 4 beautiful falling stars came down, which cleared the air and gave my thoughts another direction. You know what a falling star is, do you not? The learned men are not at all clear about it. I have my own ideas about shooting stars, as the common people in many parts call them, and my idea is this: how often are silent thanksgivings offered up for one who has done a good and noble action? The thanks are often speechless, but they are not lost for all that. I think these thanks are caught up, and the sunbeams bring the silent, hidden thankfulness over the head of the benefactor. And if it be a whole people that has been expressing its gratitude through a long lapse of time, the thankfulness appears as a nosegay of flowers, and at length falls in the form of a shooting star over the good man's grave. I am always very much pleased when I see a shooting star, especially in the New Year's night, and then find out for whom the gift of gratitude was intended. Lately, a gleaming star fell in the southwest as a tribute of thanksgiving to many, many. For whom was that star intended, thought I. It fell, no doubt, on the hill by the Bay of Plensburg, where the Dannebrog waves over the graves of Schleppegrell, Laszlo's, and their comrades. One star also fell in the midst of the land, fell upon sorrow, a flower on the grave of Holberg, the thanks of the year from a great many. Thanks for his charming plays. It is a great and pleasant thought to know that a shooting star falls upon our graves. On mine, certainly none will fall. No sunbeam brings thanks to me, for here there is nothing worthy of thanks. I shall not get the patent lacquer, said Ole, for my fate on earth is only Greece, after all. Second visit. It was New Year's Day, and I went up on the tower. Ole spoke of the toasts that were drunk on the transition from the old year into the new, from one grave into the other, as he said. And he told me a story about the glasses, and this story had a very deep meaning. It was this: when on the New Year's night the clock strikes 12, the people at the table rise up with full glasses in their hands and drain these glasses and drink success to the new year. They begin the year with the glass in their hands. That is a good beginning for drunkards. They begin the new year by going to bed, and that's a good beginning for drones. Sleep is sure to play a great part in the new year, and the glass likewise. Do you know what dwells in the glass? Asked Ole. I will tell you. There dwell in the glass, first, health, and then pleasure, then the most complete sensual delight. And misfortune and the bitterest woe dwell in the glass also. Now, suppose we count the glasses. Of course I count the different degrees in the glasses for different people. You see, the first glass, that's the glass of health, and in that the herb of health is found growing. Put it up on the beam in the ceiling, and at the end of the year, you may be sitting in the arbor of health. If you take the second glass, from this, a little bird soars upward, twittering in guileless cheerfulness, so that a man may listen to his song, and perhaps join in, fair is life, no downcast looks, take courage, and march onward. Out of the third glass rises a little winged urchin, who cannot certainly be called an angel child, for there is goblin blood in his veins, and he has the spirit of a goblin, not wishing to hurt or harm you indeed, but very ready to play off tricks upon you. He'll sit at your ear and whisper merry thoughts to you. He'll creep into your heart and warm you, so that you grow very merry and become a wit, so far as the wits of the others can judge. In the fourth glass is neither herb, bird, nor urchin. In that glass is the pause drawn by reason, and one may never go beyond that sign. Take the fifth glass, and you will weep at yourself. You will feel such a deep emotion, or it will affect you in a different way. Out of the glass, there will spring with a bang Prince Carnival, 9 times, and extravagantly merry. He'll draw you away with him. You'll forget your dignity, if you have any, and you'll forget more than you should, or ought to forget. All is dance, song, and sound. The masks will carry you away with them, and the daughters of vanity, clad in silk and satin, will come with loose hair and alluring charms. But tear yourself away if you can. The sixth glass, yes, in that glass sits a demon, in the form of a little, well-dressed, attractive, and very fascinating man, who thoroughly understands you, agrees with you in everything, and becomes quite a second self to you. He has a lantern with him to give you light as he accompanies you home. There is an old legend about a saint who was allowed to choose one of the 7 deadly sins, and who accordingly chose drunkenness, which appeared to him the least, but which led him to commit the other 6. The man's blood is mingled with that of the demon. It is the 6th glass, and with that, the germ of all evil shoots up within us. And each one grows up with a strength like that of the grains of mustard seed, and shoots up into a tree, and spreads over the whole world. And most people have no choice but to go into the oven to be recast in a new form. That's the history of the glasses, said the tower keeper Ole, and it can be told with lacquer or only with grease, but I give it you with both. Third visit. On this occasion, I chose the general moving day for my visit to Ole, for on that day it is anything but agreeable down in the streets in the town, for they are full of sweepings, shreds, and remnants of all sorts, to say nothing of the cast-off rubbish in which one has to wade about. But this time, I happened to see 2 children playing in this wilderness of sweepings. They were playing at going to bed, for the occasion seemed especially favorable for this sport. They crept under the straw and drew an old bit of just a ragged curtain over themselves by way of coverlet. It was splendid, they said, but it was a little too strong for me. And besides, I was obliged to mount up on my visit to Ole. It's moving day today, he said. Streets and houses are like a dustbin, a large dustbin, but I'm content with a cartload. I may get something good out of that. And I really did get something good out of it once. Shortly after Christmas, I was going up the street. It was rough weather, wet and dirty. The right kind of weather to catch cold in. The dustman was there with his cart, which was full, and looked like a sample of streets on moving day. At the back of the cart stood a fir tree, quite green still, and with tinsel on its twigs. It had been used on Christmas Eve, and now it was thrown out into the street. And the dustman had stood it up at the back of his cart. It was droll to look at, or you may say, it was mournful. All depends on what you think of when you see it. And I thought about it, and thought this and that of many things that were in the cart. Or I might have done so, and that comes to the same thing. There was an old lady's glove, too. I wonder what that was thinking of. Shall I tell you? The glove was lying there, pointing with its little finger at the tree. I'm sorry for the tree, it thought. And I was also at the feast, where the chandeliers glittered. My life was, so to speak, a ball night, a pressure of the hand. And I burst. My memory keeps dwelling upon that, and I have really nothing else to live for. This is what the glove thought, or what it might have thought. That's a stupid affair, with yonder fir tree, said the potsherds. You see, potsherds think everything is stupid. When one is in the dust cart, they said, one ought not to give oneself airs and wear tinsel. I know that I have been useful in the world, far more useful than such a green stick. This was a view that might be taken, and I don't think it quite a peculiar one. But for all that, the fir tree looked very well. It was like a little poetry in the dust heap. And truly, there is dust enough in the streets on moving day. The way is difficult and troublesome then, and I feel obliged to run away out of the confusion. Or, if I am on the tower, I stay there and look down, and it is amusing enough. There are the good people below, playing at changing houses. They toil and tug away with their goods and chattels, and the household goblin sits in an old tub and moves with them all the little griefs of the lodging and the family, and the real cares and sorrows move with them out of the old dwelling into the new. And what gain is there for them, or for us, in the whole affair? Yes, there was written long ago the good old maxim, "Think on the great moving day of death." That is a serious thought. I hope it is not disagreeable to you that I should have touched upon it. Death is the most certain messenger, after all, in spite of his various occupations. Yes, death is the omnibus conductor, and he is the passport writer, and he countersigns our service book, and he is director of the savings bank of life. Do you understand me? All the deeds of our life, the great and the little alike, we put into this savings bank. And when death calls with his omnibus, and we have to step in and drive with him into the land of eternity, then on the frontier, he gives us our service book as a pass. As a provision for the journey, he takes this or that good deed we have done and lets it accompany us. And this may be very pleasant or very terrific. Nobody has ever escaped the omnibus journey. There is certainly a talk about one who was not allowed to go. They call him the Wandering Jew. He has to ride behind the omnibus. If he had been allowed to get in, he would have escaped the clutches of the poets. Just cast your mind's eye into that great omnibus. The society is mixed, for king and beggar, genius and idiot sit side by side. They must go without their property and money. They have only the service book and the gift out of the savings bank with them. But which of our deeds is selected and given to us? Perhaps quite a little one that we have forgotten, but which has been recorded, small as a pea. But the pea can send out a blooming shoot. The poor bumpkin who sat on a low stool in the corner and was jeered at and flouted will perhaps have his worn-out stool given him as a provision, and the stool may become a litter in the land of eternity and rise up then as a throne, gleaming like gold and blooming as an arbor. He who always lounged about and drank the spiced draught of pleasure, that he might forget the wild things he had done here, will have his barrel given to him on the journey, and will have to drink from it as they go on. And the drink is bright and clear, so that the thoughts remain pure, and all good and noble feelings are awakened. And he sees and feels what in life he could not or would not see. And then he has within him the punishment, the gnawing worm, which will not die through time incalculable. If on the glasses there stood written oblivion, on the barrel remembrance is inscribed. When I read a good book, an historical work, I always think at last of the poetry of what I am reading, and of the omnibus of death, and wonder which of the hero's deeds death took out of the savings bank for him, and what provisions he got on the journey into eternity. There was once a French king. I have forgotten his name, for the names of good people are sometimes forgotten, even by me, but it will come back someday. There was a king who, during a famine, became the benefactor of his people, and the people raised up to his memory a monument of snow with the inscription, "Quicker than this melts didst thou bring help." I fancy that death, looking back upon the monument, gave him a single snowflake as provision, a snowflake that never melts, and this flake floated over his royal head like a white butterfly into the land of eternity. Thus, too, there was Louis XI. I have remembered his name, for one remembers what is odd. A trait of him often comes into my thoughts, and I wish one could say the story is not true. He had his Lord High Constable executed, and he could execute him, right or wrong. But he had the innocent children of the constable, one 7 and the other 8 years old, placed under the scaffold so that the warm blood of their father spurted over them. And then he had them sent to the Bastille and shut up in iron cages, where not even a coverlet was given them to protect them from the cold. And King Louis sent the executioner to them every week, and had a tooth pulled out of the head of each, that they might not be too comfortable. And the elder of the boys said, "My mother would die of grief if she knew that my younger brother had to suffer so cruelly. Therefore, pull out 2 of my teeth and spare him." The tears came into the hangman's eyes, but the king's will was stronger than the tears. And every week 2 little teeth were brought to him on a silver plate. He had demanded them, and he had them. I fancy that death took these 2 teeth out of the savings bank of life and gave them to Louis XI to carry with him on the great journey into the land of immortality. They fly before him like 2 flames of fire. They shine and burn, and they bite him, the innocent children's teeth. Yes, that's a serious journey, the omnibus ride on the great moving day. And when is it to be undertaken? That's just the serious part of it. Any day, any hour, any minute, the omnibus may draw up. Which of our deeds will death take out of the savings bank and give to us as provision? Let us think of the moving day that is not marked in the calendar. Lisbeth. Lisbeth's complexion was like peaches and cream. Her eyes were bright, her teeth shiny white. She was young, gay, and beautiful to look upon. Her steps were light, and her mind was even lighter. What would come of all this? That awful brat, people said about her baby. And indeed, he wasn't pretty. So he was left with the ditch digger's wife. Lisbeth went into service in the Count's castle. There she sat in a magnificent room, dressed in silk and velvet. Not a breath of wind was allowed to blow on her, nor anyone to speak a harsh word to her. She was nurse to the Count's child, who was as beloved as a prince, beautiful as an angel. How she loved him. Her own child was provided for in the ditch digger's house, where his wife's temper boiled over more often than her pot. Sometimes the child was left alone all day long and cried. But what nobody hears doesn't bother anyone. He cried himself to sleep. And in sleep, there is neither hunger nor thirst. Sleep is such a good invention. Ill weeds grow fast, says the proverb. And Lisbeth's boy did indeed shoot up rapidly. It was as if he had taken root in the ditch digger's household. His mother had paid for his upbringing and considered herself well rid of him. She was a city lady now, was well provided for, and whenever she went out, she was beautifully dressed. But she never went to see her son at the ditch digger's. That was too far from the city, and there was no reason for her to go there anyway. The boy was theirs, and now, they decided, it was time for him to earn his keep. So he found work tending Mads Jensen's red cow. The watchdog at Blegdam Manor sits proudly on top of its house in the sunshine, barking at passers-by. But in rainy weather, it lies, warm and dry, inside its kennel. Lisbeth's boy sat at the edge of a ditch in the sunshine, whittling sticks or watching 3 blossoming strawberry plants. He hoped they would soon turn into berries. That was his happiest thought. But the berries never ripened. Through sunshine or showers, he sat there. He was often soaked to the skin, but the cold wind soon dried his clothes on his body. Whenever he went to the farmyard, he received only kicks and cuffs, and was called stupid and ugly. He was used to that. Nobody loved him. How did Lisbeth's boy get along? How could he under such circumstances? It was his fate never to be loved. At last, he was literally pushed off the earth and sent to sea in a wretched little sailing vessel. Here he took the helm, while the skipper drank a frost-bitten, shabby-looking little boy, and always hungry. One would think he never had enough to eat, and that really was the case. It was late in the autumn, wet, raw, stormy weather, with a wind that cut through the warmest clothing, especially out at sea. A miserable little vessel with one sail drove on before the wind. It had a crew of 2 men, or rather a man and a half, the skipper and his boy. All day the light had been no brighter than twilight. Now it grew still darker, and it was bitterly cold. The skipper brought forth a bottle and a glass, and took a swallow to warm himself up. The top of the glass was whole, but its foot had been broken off. So instead, it had a little piece of wood, painted blue, to stand on. A drink is a great comfort, and 2 are even better. The boy was at the helm, holding it with rough, tarred hands. A wretched, shrinking form with unkempt hair. It was the ditch digger's boy, registered in the parish records as the son of Anne Lisbeth. The wind drove the ship hard before it. The sail bellied out before the power of the wind. It was rough and wet everywhere, and it might soon be even worse. Stop! What was that? What crashed? What sprang up? What grasped the little vessel? The boat whirled around. Was it a waterspout or a tidal wave? The boy at the helm screamed, "Lord Jesus, save us!" The vessel had struck on a great rock, and it sank like a waterlogged old shoe in a duck pond. Sank with man and mouse, as the saying goes. There were mice on board, but only a man and a half. The skipper and the ditch digger's boy. No one saw it, save the screaming gulls above and the darting fishes beneath. And these hardly saw it clearly, for they fled in terror when the water poured into the doomed vessel. There it lay, scarcely a fathom below the water, and the 2 were drowned and forgotten. Only the glass was left, for the blue wooden block kept it afloat, and it drifted onto the shore. Where and when? That is of no consequence. That old broken glass had been useful, and had been loved too, in a way, which Anne Lisbeth's son had never been. However, in the kingdom of heaven, no soul shall ever have cause to sigh. Never loved. Anne Lisbeth, meanwhile, had been living for several years in a large town. She was addressed as Madam, and always held herself very proudly when she spoke of olden times, of the times when she rode in a carriage and talked with countesses and baronesses. And she talked of her foster child, that sweetest of little angels, and how he had loved her, and she had loved him, how they had kissed and caressed each other, for he was her pride and joy. Now he was tall, 14 years old, a bright, beautiful boy. She hadn't seen him since the time she carried him in her arms. For many years, she had not been at the Count's castle, which was a long journey away. "But I must find a way to get there someday," said Lisbeth. "I must see my sweet young Count again. He must be missing me and loving me as he did when his angelic little arms clung around my neck, and he said, 'Anlis, as sweet as a violin.' Ah, yes, I must make short work of it and see him again." So she made the long trip, partly on foot and partly by wagon. The castle was as magnificent and the gardens as lovely as ever. But the servants were all new to her, and not one of them knew Lisbeth or what she had once meant there. But the Countess would tell them, she thought, and her own boy. How she longed for him. Now Lisbeth was finally here, but they kept her waiting a long time. At last, just before the household went to dinner, she was called in. The Countess spoke to her very courteously and promised that after dinner she should see her beloved boy. So she had to wait for another summons. How tall, thin, and lanky he had grown. But he still had his beautiful eyes and angelic mouth, and he looked straight at her without a word. Certainly, he had no recollection of her. He turned to go, but she caught his hand and pressed it to her lips. "All right," he said, "that's enough." And then he left the room. The ungrateful young nobleman, whom she had loved above all on earth, and had made the pride of her life. So Lisbeth left the castle and made her way homeward along the highway. She was very sorrowful. He had been so cold and strange to her, without a word or thought for her. He whom she had once carried in her arms night and day, and always had carried in her heart. Then a huge black raven flew down and alighted on the road just in front of her, and croaked again and again. "Oh, what bird of ill omen are you?" she said. As she passed the ditch digger's house, his wife was standing in the doorway, and they spoke to one another. "How robust you look," said the ditch digger's wife. "You are plump and stout. Everything must be going well with you." "Pretty well," replied Lisbeth. "The boat went down with them," said the ditch digger's wife. "Skipper Lars and your boy were both drowned. So that ends that. But I hoped that the boy would have lived to help me out from time to time with a little money. He hasn't cost you anything for a long while, you know, Lisbeth." "Drowned, are they?" repeated Lisbeth, and then said nothing more on that subject. Lisbeth was heartsick because the young Count wouldn't speak to her, she who loved him so, and had taken that long trip to see him. The journey had also been expensive. The pleasure it had brought her was little indeed, but she didn't say a word about it. She wouldn't lighten her mind by talking about it to the ditch digger's wife, who might think she was no longer welcome at the Count's castle. While they were talking, the raven again flew screaming over her head. "That ugly black thing," said Anne Lisbeth. "That's the second time it's frightened me today." She had brought some coffee beans and chicory with her. It would be a kindness to the ditch digger's wife to give these to her and share a cup with her. While the old woman went to make the coffee, Anne Lisbeth sat down and soon fell asleep. Strangely enough, she dreamed of one whom she had never seen in her dreams before, her own child, who in that very house had hungered and wept, who had been kicked about in heat and cold, and who now lay deep below the sea. The good Lord only knew where. She dreamed that even as she sat there, waiting for the coffee and smelling the fragrance drifting into her from the kitchen, a shining little angel, beautiful as the young Count, stood in the doorway and spoke to her. "The end of the world is come," said the little angel. "Hold fast to me, for you are still my mother. You have an angel in paradise. Hold fast to me." Then he took hold of her, and at that very moment there came a tremendous crash, as though the whole world were bursting into pieces. And as the angel rose in the air, holding her tightly by her sleeves, she felt herself lifted from the ground. But then something heavy clung to her feet and dragged her down. It was as if 100 other women were holding tightly to her, screaming, "If you are to be saved, we must be saved, too. Hold fast, hold fast." And then they all clung to her. The weight was too heavy. Rich, ratch. Her sleeves were split, and she fell down in terror and awoke. Her head was so dizzy, she nearly fell off the chair where she was sitting. She could not understand her dream clearly, but she felt it foretold evil for her. They had their coffee and talked for a while. Then Anne Lisbeth walked on to the nearest village, where she was to meet the carrier and drive home with him that evening. But when she got there, the carrier told her he couldn't start until the following evening. She thought it over, what it would cost her to stay there, the length of the distance home, and realized that if she went along the seashore instead of by road, it would be nearly 2 miles shorter. It was clear weather, and the moon was at the full. And so, Anne Lisbeth decided to go at once. She could be home the next day. The sun had set. The vesper bells were still ringing. No, it was not the bells, but Peter Ox's frogs croaking in their pond. Soon they, too, were silent, and then all was still. No bird raised its voice, for all were at rest, and it seemed the owl was not at home. The hush of death settled over forest and shore, She could hear her own footsteps in the sand. No wave disturbed the sea. The deep waters were at peace. Everywhere was silence. Silence among the living and the dead. And Lisbeth walked on, not thinking of anything in particular, as we say. Yet, though she was not conscious of it, her thoughts were busy within her, as they always are within all of us. They lie asleep inside us, thoughts that have already shaped themselves into action, and thoughts that have never yet stirred. There they lie still, and someday they will come forth. It is written, "The labor of righteousness is peace." And again it is written, "The wages of sin are death." Much has been said and written that one does not know, or, as it was with Lisbeth, does not remember. But such things can appear before one's subconscious self, can come to mind, though one is unaware of it. The germs of vices and virtues are alive deep in our hearts, in yours and mine. They lurk like tiny, invisible seeds. There comes a ray of sunshine or the touch of an evil hand. You turn to the right or to the left, and the little seed quivers into life, puts forth shoots, and pours its life throughout all the veins. Walking in a daydream, one may be unconscious of many painful thoughts, but they have their being within us all the same. Thus, Lisbeth walked as if in a daydream, but her thoughts lived within her. From Candlemas to Candlemas, the heart has much written upon it, even the record of the whole year. Many sins are forgotten, sins in word or thought, sins against God, or our neighbor, or our own conscience. We think not of them, nor did Lisbeth. She had broken no laws of the land. She knew that she was popular, esteemed, even respected. Now, as she walked along the shore, suddenly, something made her start and stand still. What was it? Only an old man's hat. Where could that have been washed overboard? She drew closer and looked down at it. Oh, what was that lying over there? She became very frightened, and yet it was nothing but a heap of tangled seaweed. But to her fancy, it had seemed for a moment the body of a man. As she continued on her way, she remembered many stories she had heard as a child about the old superstitious belief in the sea ghost, the ghost of a drowned body that lay still unburied, washed by the tides on the wild seashore. The lifeless body itself could harm no one, but the sea ghost would follow a solitary wanderer, clinging fast to him and demanding to be carried to the churchyard and buried in consecrated ground. "Hold on, hold on," it would cry. And as Lisbeth thought of these words, all at once there came back to her most vividly her dream, how the mothers had clung to her, screaming, "Hold fast, hold on." How the world had split beneath her, how her sleeves had been torn apart, and she had fallen from the grasp of her child, who had tried to hold her up in the hour of doom. Her child, her own flesh and blood, whom she had never loved and scarcely ever thought of, was now lying at the bottom of the sea. Any day his body might be washed ashore, and his ghost might follow her, wailing, "Hold on, bury me in Christian earth." Panic-stricken by this horrible thought, she ran faster and faster. Terror touched her heart with a cold, clammy finger. She was ready to faint, and as she looked upon the sea, the air grew thicker and thicker. A heavy mist fell over the scene, veiling tree and bush in strange disguises. She turned to seek for the moon behind her, and it was only a pale disk without rays. Then something heavy seemed to drag at her limbs. Hold on, she thought. And when she again turned toward the moon, its white face seemed close beside her, and the mist hung like a shroud over her shoulders. "Hold on, bury me in Christian earth." She could almost hear those words, and then she did hear a sound, so hollow, so hoarse. Not the voices of the frogs in the pond, nor the tones of the raven, for neither was nearby. But clearly she heard the dreadful words, "Bury me, bury me." Yes, it must be the ghost of her own child, who could find no rest for his soul until his body was carried to the churchyard and laid in a Christian grave. To the churchyard she would hurry. That very hour she would dig the grave. And as she turned toward the church, her burden seemed to grow lighter until it disappeared altogether. As soon as she felt that, she started back to follow the shortcut to her home. But once more her limbs sank beneath her, and again the terrible words rang in her ears. "Hold on, hold on." It sounded like the croaking of a frog and like a wailing bird. "Bury me, bury me." Cold and clammy was the mist, but still colder and clammier were her hands and face under the touch of fear. A heavy weight again clung to her and seemed to drag her down. Her heart quaked with thoughts and feelings that had never stirred within her before this moment. In our northern countries, a single spring night is often enough to dress the beech wood, and in the morning sunlight it appears in its young, bright foliage. In 1 second, the seed of sin within us may be lifted to the light and unfolded into thoughts, words, and deeds. And thus it is when conscience is awakened, and our Lord awakens it when we least expect it, when there is no way to to excuse ourselves, the deed stands open to view, bearing witness against us. Thoughts spring into words, and words ring clearly throughout the world. Then we are horrified to find what we have carried within us, that we have not overcome the evil we have sown in thoughtlessness and pride. The heart hides within itself all vices and virtues, and they grow even in the shallowest ground. And Lisbeth, overwhelmed with the realization of her sin, sank to the ground and crept along for some distance. "Bury me," still rang in her ears, and gladly would she have buried herself, if the grave could have brought eternal forgetfulness. It was her hour of awakening, and she was full of anguish and horror. Superstition made her blood run hot and cold. Many things of which she had feared to speak came into her mind. There passed before her, silently as a shadowy cloud in the clear moonlight, a vision she had heard of before. It was a glowing chariot of fire, drawn by 4 snorting horses, with fire blazing from their eyes and nostrils. And inside sat a wicked nobleman who more than a century ago had ruled here. Every midnight he rode into his courtyard and right out again. He was not pale, like other ghosts. No, his face was as black as burnt coal. As he passed Anne Lisbeth, he nodded and beckoned to her. Hold on, you may ride in a count's carriage once more, and forget your child." She pulled herself together and hastened to the churchyard, but the black crosses and the black ravens mingled before her eyes. The ravens screamed as they had done that morning, but now she could understand what they were saying. "I am Mother Raven. I am Mother Raven," said each of them. And Anne Lisbeth knew the name fitted herself well. Maybe she would be changed into a huge black bird like these, and have to cry as they cried, if she did not dig the grave. Then she flung herself on the ground and began frantically digging with her hands in the hard earth. She dug till the blood ran from her fingers. "Bury me, bury me." Still she heard those words, and every moment she dreaded to hear the cock crow and see the first streak of dawn in the east. For if her task were not completed before daylight, she knew she would be lost. And the cock did crow, and the light appeared in the east, and the grave was only half dug. And behold, an icy hand slid over her head and face, down to her heart. A voice seemed to sigh, "Only half the grave." And a shadowy form drifted past her and down to the bottom of the ocean. Yes, it was indeed the sea ghost, and Anne Lisbeth fell fainting to the earth, exhausted and overpowered, and her senses left her. When she came to, it was bright daylight, and 2 men were lifting her up. She was lying not in the churchyard, but down on the seashore, where she had been digging a deep hole in the sand and had cut her fingers on a broken glass, the stem of which was stuck in a wooden block painted blue. Lisbeth was ill. Her conscience had spoken loudly to her that night, and superstitious terror had mingled its voice with the voice of conscience. She had no power to distinguish between them. She was now convinced that she had but half a soul, while the other half had been borne away by her child, away to the bottom of the ocean, and never could she hope for the mercy of God until she again possessed the half-soul that was imprisoned in those deep waters. Lisbeth went home, but she was no longer the same. Her thoughts were like tangled yarn. There was only one thread that she could clearly grasp. Just one idea possessed her, that she must carry the sea ghost to the churchyard and there dig a grave for it. Many a night they missed her from her home and always found her down by the shore, waiting for the sea ghost. So a whole year passed, and then one night she disappeared, and this time was sought in vain. All of the following day was spent in searching for her. Toward evening, when the parish clerk entered the church to ring the bell for vespers, he found Lisbeth lying before the altar. She had been here ever since dawn. Her strength was nearly gone, but her eyes were bright, and a faint rosy hue lighted her face. The last sunbeams shone down upon her, streamed over the altar, and glowed on the bright silver clasps of the Bible, open at this text from the prophet Joel. Rend your heart, and not your garments, and turn unto the Lord your God. This was just by chance, said people, as so many things happen by chance. In Lisbeth's face, as the setting sun shone upon it, were peace and grace. Now she was so happy, she said. Now she had won back her soul. During the past night, the spirit of her own child had been with her, and had said, "You dug but half a grave for me, but now for a year and a day you have entombed me in your own heart. And that is the only proper resting place a mother can provide for her child." And then he had returned to her lost half-soul and guided her to the church. "Now I am in God's house," she said, "and only there can one be happy." When the sun had set, the soul of Lisbeth had gone way up from this earth to where there are no fears, nor the troubles that we have here, even such as those of Lisbeth. Children's prattle. There was once a grand party held at the home of a prosperous merchant. A splendid evening meant entirely for children. The merchant's spacious rooms glowed with lamplight and laughter. Garlands of evergreen and colored ribbons hung from the chandeliers, and the air smelled of vanilla cakes, candied fruit, and polished wood. In every corner, bright eyes sparkled, and small feet pattered across the floor. They were all the sons and daughters of people of standing, wealthy men, titled officers, and those whose names were printed in the newspapers. The host himself, the merchant, was a man of learning and success. His late father had been nothing more than a humble cattle dealer, yet an honest and prudent one, whose thrift and diligence had built the foundation for his son's fortune. The father had insisted that his boy should go to college and learn what books could teach. And the son, once grown, multiplied his inheritance by wit and enterprise. Now he was known not only for his sights, but also for his intelligence, and, truth be told, for his kindness too, though people tended to talk more about his money than his heart. His house was famous for its constant guests, some with noble ancestry, some with quick minds, some with both, and a few with neither, but all eager to bask in his hospitality. On this night, however, the tables were cleared for a smaller, purer company, children only, with their candor and chatter, which, unlike grown-up conversation, always reveals exactly what they think. Among the guests was a lovely little girl dressed in blue satin, with a string of imitation pearls around her neck. She was very proud, absurdly so, for she often told the others that her father was a groom of the bedchamber. The poor child had learned this arrogance not from her sensible parents, but from the household servants, who liked to boast of such things when polishing the silver. "I am a child of the chamber," she announced, holding her head high. She might as well have said she was a child of the cellar, for no one chooses the place of their birth. Still, she spoke as if that single fact of her father's position placed her among royalty itself. She began explaining to the other children what birth truly meant. "If one has it," she declared gravely, "then one has everything. But if one is born without it, there's no possible way to gain it later. You may study all you wish and work your fingers raw. It is useless. Without birth, you remain common forever." Then she added, with a delicate little frown, "And as for people whose names end with sen, why, they'll never amount to anything at all. You must stretch your arms like this," and she flung out her slender arms, elbows turned outward, "to keep them at a proper distance." Her movements were graceful, her face as pretty as porcelain, and she looked so innocent while saying it that one could almost forgive her pride. Sweet child, indeed. But the merchant's own little daughter flushed red with anger, for her father's name was Madsen, and she knew perfectly well that it ended in Senan. "My father!" she cried, lifting her chin. can buy $100 worth of sugar candy and throw it away if he wishes. Can your father do that?" It was a bold answer, born of wounded pride, yet very human and very childish. Before anyone could reply, another girl, the daughter of a newspaper writer, spoke up proudly. "My father," she said, "can put your father and her father and everybody else's father into the paper. My mother says people are afraid of him because he owns the paper." And she marched across the room with tiny, self-important steps, like a princess who believes the world is hers. Meanwhile, in the hallway outside, a poor boy stood peeking through the half-open door. He was barefoot. His clothes smelled faintly of the kitchen fire, and his hands were still greasy from turning the roast spit. The cook had let him rest a moment, and, as a special treat, allowed him to look in on the party. To him, the sight of all those bright lights and well-dressed children seemed like a glimpse of heaven. He pressed his nose against the crack in the door and whispered to himself, "If only I could be one of them." Then he listened, and what he heard made his small heart ache. He heard the words birth and blood and name. He heard laughter when someone mentioned the poor and those with sen at the end of their names. His father had no savings, no books, and certainly no newspaper. There were days when there wasn't enough bread for supper. And worst of all, his own name ended with sen. That, it seemed, was a curse he would never escape. He stood very still, feeling smaller than ever, until a thought, simple and brave, crossed his mind. Still, I was born, just like them. The same way, God made me too. And with that quiet comfort, he went back to the kitchen, where the cook gave him a crust of cake and a kind smile. That was many years ago. Children, as you know, do not stay children long. The world turns, and time teaches more than 1,000 books. Decades passed, and the little ones of that evening each walked a different path. The proud girl in blue satin grew into a fine lady who learned that a title cannot protect a heart from sorrow. The writer's daughter discovered that fame fades faster than ink, and that a newspaper cannot buy happiness. The merchant's little girl became gentle and wise. Wealth no longer dazzled her, for she had seen how easily it may vanish. As for the boy in the kitchen, well, he carried his hunger, his patience, and his dreams into the wide world. He worked with his hands, shaping clay and stone. He learned to see beauty where others saw nothing but roughness. When he was tired, he thought of the warm light spilling from that distant room and the laughter that had once excluded him. he let the memory drive him, not to bitterness, but to creation. And so the poor boy, with the san at the end of his name, became the man whose art made nations proud. Thorvaldsen. Now there stood in the city a splendid house filled with statues, marble figures, and delicate carvings that seemed almost alive. People came from every land to see them. They whispered his name with admiration, though many did not realize it was the same name that once caused him shame. His work adorned palaces and churches, and even kings spoke of him with respect. And the other children of that long ago evening? They, too, grew into decent, thoughtful people. Time had polished away the foolish pride of youth. They met again, perhaps, at one of Thorvaldsen's grand exhibitions, and looked at one another with gentle amusement, remembering what they had said about birth and names so many years before. They had all learned what every heart must learn in time, that true worth is not in titles or endings of words, but in deeds, in kindness, and in the labor of the Spirit. Thus ended the story of the children at the merchant's house, a tale begun in vanity and finished in grace. For what had once been childish boasting became, through the years, the quiet wisdom of grown souls. And as for that little boy who had stood at the door, unnoticed and forgotten, he had opened for all the world a greater door, the one that leads from humble beginnings to immortal art. The child in the grave. It was a day clothed in sorrow, a day when every room in the house seemed dimmed, though the sun still shone beyond the windows. Silence lay heavy over the hearth. Even the ticking of the clock sounded like the echo of grief. For death had entered that home and taken away the youngest child, a boy of 4, fair and gentle, the light and laughter of the family, the promise of all their joy to come. He had been the father's pride, the mother's soul, the very pulse of their happiness. Now the cradle was empty, and his small voice, once ringing with laughter, was still. 2 daughters remained, both good and tender-hearted, the elder soon to be confirmed, the younger still full of childhood's innocence. Yet to human hearts, the one who has been taken is always the dearest. And when that child is the youngest, when it is a son, his absence feels like a wound that never closes. The sisters wept as children weep, suddenly, deeply, then silently. Yet their sorrow was doubled when they saw the desolation in their parents' eyes. The father bore his grief with bowed head and trembling lips. He struggled to stand upright beneath the invisible weight that pressed upon him. But the mother, the mother was crushed beneath it. She had watched over her little one day and night, holding him close to her breast, as if her own heartbeat could sustain his failing life. Even when his breath grew faint, she had whispered prayers that trembled with faith. God will not take him. God knows I cannot live without him. When at last death came, when no prayer could recall the spirit that had flown, her heart broke under the certainty. It is not God who has done this, she cried in her fevered despair. It is cruel spirits upon the earth who act in his name, but know not mercy. And so her faith, once bright as a candle, flickered and went out. Her mind wandered into dark places where doubt whispered that man is but dust, that when life ceases, all ends. Yet those thoughts gave her no rest. They were hollow as tombs, offering no ground to stand upon. She sank instead into the blackness of despair, a sorrow too deep for tears. Days passed. She moved through the house like one who walked in a dream. Her daughters spoke softly, hoping to reach her. Her husband laid his trembling hand upon her brow, but she neither heard nor felt. All her being lived in the memory of the little one, his voice, his steps, the soft weight of him asleep against her shoulder. She had no eyes for the living. Her soul followed the dead. At last, the day of the funeral arrived. For many nights, she had not slept, her body trembling under the burden of grief. But when morning came, a pale morning, veiled in mist, she fell into a heavy slumber. While she slept, they brought the small coffin into another room and nailed down the lid, so that she might not hear the cruel blows of the hammer. When she awoke and asked for her child, the father's voice broke as he said, "The coffin is closed, my dear. It had to be done." She looked at him with eyes that held no tears left to shed. "If heaven is so hard," she whispered, "how can I look for kindness among men?" That evening, the coffin was borne away to the churchyard, and the mother sat by the hearth with her daughters beside her. Their hands rested in hers, but she did not feel their touch. Her gaze was distant, fixed beyond the walls, beyond the world. Grief tossed her like a ship without sail or compass upon a stormy sea. So the day ended, and other days followed, gray, heavy, and alike. The husband prayed, the daughters wept, but no word of comfort found its way to her heart. Sleep, which would have been a balm, fled from her eyes. When at last she lay down, she lay as one lifeless, her face as still as marble. Then, one night, as her husband watched beside her, he thought he heard the deep, even breathing of rest. Believing she had at last found sleep, he folded his hands in prayer and himself drifted into slumber. But she, poor soul, rose softly, put on her cloak, and glided from the house. Her feet carried her where her heart had long been waiting, to the grave of her child. It was a still September night. Stars trembled like tears in the sky, and the air was cool and sweet. The churchyard lay silvered in moonlight, the graves like islands of shadow amid the grass. She passed unseen through the gate and came to the small mound where flowers still bloomed fresh and fragrant. She sank beside it, laying her cheek against the earth as though she could feel his warmth beneath. His smile seemed to glimmer before her. His eyes, so gentle even in suffering, shone in her memory. How clearly she saw the moment when his small hand had grown too weak to lift, when she had pressed it against her heart and whispered, "Stay with me." Now she sat as she once had by his bedside, but the cold earth divided them. Then a voice spoke beside her, deep, clear, and solemn. A voice that seemed to echo both from within and from the heavens. "Thou wouldst go down to thy child," it said. She lifted her head in terror. A tall figure stood near, wrapped in a black cloak, the hood drawn low. Yet beneath its shadow, she saw a face stern, yet luminous, youthful, and full of an unearthly calm. "Down to my child," she murmured. "Oh, if I might go." "Darest thou follow me?" said the figure. "I am death." She bowed her head in silence. The stars grew brighter, their light spilling over the grave like liquid silver. The earth seemed to part and open beneath her as the cloak of the stranger enveloped her. Darkness fell, not the darkness of night, but the stillness of death itself. Down, down she sank, deeper than any spade could reach, until the churchyard above her was only a shadowed roof. When at last the cloak was lifted, she stood within a vast hall filled with soft twilight. A tremor of awe passed through her. Then she saw him, her child, smiling, radiant, more beautiful than ever. With a cry, she gathered him to her heart. Music floated around them, a sound so pure and heavenly that her spirit quivered with wonder. From beyond a dark curtain came the harmonies of eternity, swelling and subsiding like a living breath. "My sweet mother," said the child's voice, gentle as before. "Mother, it is beautiful here. Look, do you not see?" He pointed toward the curtain, but her mortal eyes beheld only shadow. She could hear the music, but not the word within the song. the divine meaning her heart had lost. She pressed him close and wept. "I can fly now, Mother," he whispered. "I fly with other happy children before the throne of God. But if you grieve for me as you do now, you will never see me again. May I go, Mother? You will come soon, will you not? Stay yet a little while," she pleaded. "Let me look upon you once more. Let me hold you again, my darling." She covered him with kisses, trembling between joy and agony. Then, far above, she heard her own name called, a plaintive, human cry. "Do you hear?" said the child. "It is my father calling. And those sobs, do you not know them? They are my sisters. Mother, have you forgotten them?" Her heart shuddered. She looked around. Dim forms drifted past, moving toward the dark curtain, vanishing beyond. Would her husband, her daughters, pass that way too? Their voices still rose from the world above. In her longing for the dead, she had nearly forsaken the living. "Mother," said the child softly, "the bells of heaven are ringing. The sun is rising." A flood of light broke through the darkness. The child faded from her arms, and she felt herself borne upward. Cold air brushed her face. She opened her eyes and saw the gray dawn. She was lying upon the grave of her child, the dew like tears upon her hands. Then she knew the Lord had visited her in a dream to lead her heart back from the shadow of death to the light of the living. She knelt and prayed, her tears this time not of despair, but repentance. "Forgive me, O God," she whispered. "I would have kept a soul from its flight to thee. I forgot those still in my care." When she rose, her heart was lighter. The first rays of the sun broke through the clouds. A little bird sang from the church spire. The bells began to ring for morning prayer. All seemed holy around her, and her soul was calm. She felt again that faith which sorrow had stolen from her. When she returned home, she bent over her husband, who still slept. Her kiss woke him, and he saw peace upon her face. "Whence comes this strength?" he asked. "What has renewed your heart so suddenly?" She smiled through her tears, gathering her daughters to her arms. "It came from God," she said softly, "through our child in the grave." And from that day forth, her faith was steadfast. Whatever sorrow the Lord might send, she bore it with the words always upon her lips. "Whatever he doeth is right and best." Pen and inkstand. In a quiet study filled with the faint fragrance of old paper and candle wax, a poet once sat surrounded by his thoughts. The twilight hour had deepened, and a soft glow from the lamp spread across the table, where lay an assortment of humble yet noble instruments of art: quills, paper, books, and among them a small inkstand, dark and glistening. Someone, gazing thoughtfully at it, murmured, "It's strange what can come out of that inkstand. Who knows what marvel will emerge next? Truly, it's strange." "Strange indeed," replied the inkstand, swelling with pride. "Unbelievable, I would say. I have always maintained that very opinion." Its tone was one of great self-importance, and it spoke not only to the pen beside it, but also to the scissors, the paper knife, the sealing wax, all who would listen. "It's quite astonishing," the inkstand continued, "what flows from me. A mystery beyond comprehension. Each time that great man dips into me, I tremble with anticipation, for I never know what wonders I shall produce next. One single drop of my ink can give life to half a page, and upon that page, anything may appear: laughter, sorrow, beauty, truth. I am a vessel of miracles. All those noble characters the poet brings forth, maidens fair as lilies, heroes bold upon their snorting steeds. Yes, they all issue from me. It is my doing. I alone give them form." "You seem quite sure of yourself," interrupted the pen, its nib gleaming sharply. "But allow me to correct you, my friend. You mistake your role entirely. Nothing of thought or spirit comes out of you. You merely hold a liquid, nothing more. It is I who shape that liquid into words. Through me, the poet's ideas find life upon the page. Without me, your ink would dry in silence, forgotten at the bottom of your glass belly." "What arrogance!" snapped the inkstand. "You are a mere instrument, a servant that wears out after a week of work. I have seen dozens of your kind, quills from geese, pens of English steel, all boasting the same nonsense before being cast aside. You imagine you are the poet? No, dear pen. It is I who endure, I who give the substance from which masterpieces are born. And I should dearly like to know what the next masterpiece will be that comes from me." "Inkpot!" retorted the pen, quivering with indignation. That evening, the poet returned. The air outside was still trembling with the echoes of a concert he had attended, a performance so splendid that his heart still beat to the rhythm of its melodies. A violinist had played as if possessed by heaven's own fire. From his instrument had poured a golden river of sound, tones soft as the murmur of a brook, tones bright as drops of morning dew, tones wild as a storm through pine forests. There were moments when the poet fancied he heard the laughter of angels. Others, when he thought his own heart was weeping. But the tears were of sweetness, not sorrow. It had seemed to his wondering mind that the violin itself lived, that the wood, the strings, the bridge, the bow, every fiber of it breathed music. It was not merely played, it spoke. And as the notes rose and fell, so did his soul. The melody had carried him to that realm where mortal thought ends and inspiration begins. When he reached his study, he still heard the music echoing faintly within him. He sat, took up his pen, dipped it into the inkstand, and wrote. His hand moved as if guided by something greater than himself, and soon words filled the page. How foolish it would be for the violin and bow to boast of their achievements. For though they sing divinely, the music belongs to the master who wields them. And yet, we human beings so often behave as the violin might, forgetting the hand that moves us. Poets, artists, generals, scientists, we are all instruments. The glory belongs not to us, but to the Master who breathes through us. To him alone be the praise. When the poet laid down his pen, a serene stillness filled the room. He titled the page, "The Master and the Instruments." "Ah," said the pen proudly when the poet had gone. "Did you hear that, Madam Inkstand?" He read aloud what I wrote. "What I wrote?" "What you wrote?" scoffed the inkstand. "You mean what I gave you to write?" The satire was aimed directly at you, foolish stick of vanity. You truly cannot tell when someone mocks you. Oh yes, that was my doing, and a fine lesson it was. How I stung you with my words. "Inkpot," shouted the pen, bristling. "Scribble stick," hissed the inkstand. They both glared, each convinced of victory. At last, satisfied that they had each delivered a sharp and witty retort, they fell silent. And as often happens after a quarrel, they both felt oddly content and soon drifted into sleep, each dreaming of triumph. But the poet did not sleep. The echoes of the concert still resonated in his soul. His thoughts rose like the notes of the violin, sometimes gentle as pearls falling upon silk, sometimes fierce as the wind in the trees. In those quiet hours, he touched again the divine spark that moves the world, the eternal source of all art and truth. He gazed at the simple objects before him, the inkstand, the pen, and smiled softly. "To him alone be the glory," he whispered. Moral reflection. And so it remains. The instruments quarrel, while the master creates. The ink believes it gives birth to thought. The pen imagines it commands the hand. Yet both are but vessels through which a greater will is expressed. Human pride often forgets this lesson, mistaking the tools for the source, the echo for the song. But wisdom lies in humility. The knowledge that every spark of beauty, every act of genius, every verse or melody that moves the heart is but a reflection of a higher light. The farmyard cock and the weathercock. In a quiet countryside yard where the sun gilded every straw and every feather glowed with morning pride, there lived two cocks, one who ruled the dunghill and another who perched upon the rooftop vain. Each believed himself the truest emblem of greatness. The one on the roof turned with every wind, gazing out over meadows and chimneys, proud of his height. The one on the dunghill strutted among hens and chicks, king of the lowly, but adored by all who clucked beneath him. And as fate will have it, they both imagined themselves indispensable. Between their two domains stood a row of planks, a fence not high, but proud enough to mark one world from another. Beyond that fence, in the second yard, the air was thick with the smell of earth and straw. Here lay a large cucumber plant, rising from the very heart of the dunghill, fed by decay, yet reaching for the light. It had grown broad and glossy, and like all creatures born to comfort, it held lofty opinions of its own importance. One is born to greatness, murmured the cucumber to itself. Not every seed may awaken in such rich soil. Some grow wild among stones or drown in puddles, but I am cultivated. See how the sun polishes me, how the dew worships me. The world beyond this fence may be full of feathers and noise, but surely I am the most refined of beings. The cucumber often listened to the sounds of the neighboring yard, the clatter of wings, the cackling of hens, and above all, the clarion call of the yard cock who ruled that small kingdom. To the cucumber, he was a marvel of majesty. How splendidly he crows, it sighed. What rhythm in his step, what fur in his voice. He is the very embodiment of command. That other one, the silent weathercock high upon the roof. What does he know of life? He turns this way and that at the whim of the wind and never crows a single note of his own. He gleams, yes, but with borrowed light. The true cock is the one below, whose voice shakes the dawn and whose feathers glisten with the dust of the earth. Oh, if only he would notice me. If he were to devour me, stalk, blossom, and all, I would consider it a glorious ending, to to live again within so noble a creature. Thus dreamed the cucumber, and thus the day passed. That night the heavens broke open. A storm rolled across the valley, roaring like an army of unseen beasts. Rain lashed the yard, lightning split the clouds, and wind tore at every roof tile and shutter. Hens huddled together. Chicks chirped in terror beneath their mother's wings. Even the bold yard cock sought shelter behind the trough. The planks dividing the 2 yards shook, groaned, and finally crashed to the ground, leaving nothing but a heap of splinters between the dunghill and the garden. Yet the weathercock on the roof stood unmoved, though the wind howled and the rain lashed him till his metal skin shone green with wet. He did not turn, for his axis had rusted fast. He was newly cast, proud of his youth, and already wise in the ways of solitude. Let the tempest rage, he thought. The world below scurries like frightened mice. I remain steadfast, elevated above the folly of feathers and mud. He looked down upon the real birds, the sparrows darting in panic, the swallows twisting through the storm, and he despised them. They were too restless, too common. He respected only the pigeons, whose white wings reminded him vaguely of himself, though, truth be told, he found even them tiresome. They spoke only of food, of grain, and nesting, and their conversation was dull. Once, travelers, storks and wild geese, had stopped by his roof, bringing tales of distant lands, of deserts and frozen seas, of thieves and kings. At first, he had listened, fascinated, but their stories, he discovered, were always the same. Adventure repeated becomes mere chatter. The world, said the weathercock at last, is an empty echo. Everything repeats itself. Everything turns in circles, and all is stupid. He grew more puffed up than ever, filled with a pride that no one could see, which is the most dangerous kind. When dawn came, the storm had passed. The sun peered through the mist, glinting off broken tiles and wet feathers. The planks were gone, and the 2 yards were now 1. The yard cock stepped out proudly, shaking the raindrops from his comb as though they were jewels. "Did you hear my crowing last night?" he demanded of the hens. "It pierced the very heart of the storm. True, it lacked a touch of elegance, but strength, strength makes music of its own." The hens clucked in admiration. They adored him. They always did. One cannot reason with admiration. It clucks whether the song is wise or foolish. The chicks followed close behind, tripping over their tiny feet, eager to imitate every move of their shining hero. When the cock mounted the dunghill, the cucumber trembled with joy. He stood there, radiant in his green pride, and when the cock's beak struck into his tender flesh, he could only whisper, "A happy death. Oh, a happy death." The hens crowded around, pecking and chattering, for wherever the lord of the yard went, his court followed. "Garden plant," said the cock between mouthfuls, for he liked to show his learning. A creature of the hotbed, a noble vegetable indeed. But he forgot himself in his feast, and the poor cucumber vanished under the strokes of admiration. Then, puffing up his breast, the yard cock turned to his little crowd and proclaimed, "Listen well, hens and chicks. The world shall know of me. I shall crow in such a way that even the distant roofs will echo my song. At my call, chicks will grow into hens in a single day." And he crowed with all his might. The hens fluttered, and the chicks squealed with delight. Their hearts swelled with pride. For what greater honor than to belong to such a champion of cocks? When the noise reached the rooftop, even the weathercock heard it. He listened to the boasting below, but did not stir. "A cock that claims he can lay eggs," he muttered, "is no more foolish than a world that believes him. Everything is vanity. He crows. I am silent. He struts in the mud. I rust in solitude. Perhaps I too could lay something, a wind egg, light as air. But why should I? The world does not deserve even that." And with a proud little creak, the weathercock snapped from his post and fell, tumbling from the roof into the mud below. The hens shrieked. They thought he had meant to strike their master dead. But the yard cock merely fluffed his feathers and crowed again. "Let that be a lesson," said he. "Better to crow your own song, even if it's foolish, than to sit puffed up until you break. Moral better, a living pride that crows, even if vain, than a cold pride that stiffens in silence and falls. For the wind forgets both in time, but at least the song is heard before it dies." Beautiful. Alfred the sculptor. Yes, you know him, don't you? We all know him. He was awarded the gold medal, traveled to Italy, and came home again. He was young then. In fact, he is still young, though he is 10 years older than he was at that time. After he returned home, he visited one of the little provincial towns on the island of Zealand. The whole village knew who the stranger was, and in his honor, one of the richest families gave a party. Everyone of any importance or owning any property was invited. It was quite an event, and all the village knew about it without its being announced by the town crier. Apprentice boys and the children of poor people, and even some of their parents stood outside the house, looking at the lighted windows with their drawn curtains. And the watchman could imagine that he was giving the party. There were so many people in his street. There was an air of festivity everywhere. And inside the house, too, for Mr. Alfred, the sculptor, was there. He talked and told stories, and everybody listened to him with pleasure and enthusiasm. But none more so than the elderly widow of a state official. As far as Mr. Alfred was concerned, she was like a blank sheet of gray blotting paper, absorbing everything that was said and demanding more. She was highly susceptible and unbelievably ignorant, a sort of female Caspar Hauser. "I should love to see Rome," she said. "It must be a wonderful city, with all the many strangers continually arriving there. Now, do tell us what Rome is like. How does the city look when you come in by the gate?" "It is not easy to describe it," said the young sculptor. "There's a great open place, and in the middle of it there is an obelisk that is 4,000 years old." "An organist!" cried the lady, who had never heard the word obelisk. Some of the guests could hardly keep from laughing, among them the sculptor. But the smile that rose to his lips quickly faded away, for he saw, close by the lady, a pair of dark blue eyes. They belonged to the daughter of the lady who had been talking. And anyone with such a daughter could not really be silly. The mother was like a fountain of questions, and the daughter, who listened silently, might pass for the naiad of the fountain. How beautiful she was! She was something for a sculptor to look at, but not to speak with. For indeed, she talked but very little. "Has the Pope a large family?" asked the lady. And the young man answered considerately, as if the question had been put differently. "No, he doesn't come of a very great family." "That's not what I mean," said the lady. "I mean, does he have a wife and children?" "The Pope isn't allowed to marry," he replied. "I don't approve of that," said the lady. She might well have talked and questioned him more intelligently. But if she hadn't said and asked what she did, would her daughter have leaned so gracefully on her shoulder, looking straight before her with an almost melancholy smile on her lips? And Mr. Alfred told them of the glorious colors of Italy, the purple of the mountains, the blue of the Mediterranean, the blue of the southern skies, a beauty that could only be surpassed in the north by the deep blue eyes of a maiden. This he said with peculiar meaning, but she who should have understood it looked quite unconscious. And that, too, was charming. "Ah, Italy," sighed some of the guests. "Traveling," sighed others. "Charming, charming." "Well," said the widow, "if I win $50,000 in the lottery, We'll travel, my daughter and I. You, Mr. Alfred, must be our guide. We'll all three go, with just one or two good friends with us." Then she smiled in such a friendly manner at the company that each of them could imagine he was the person who would accompany them to Italy. "Yes, we'll go to Italy, but not to the parts where the robbers are. We'll stay in Rome and only travel by the great highways where we'll be safe." And the daughter sighed very gently. And how much may lie in one little sigh, or be read into it? The young man read a great deal into it. Those two blue eyes, bright that evening in his honor, must conceal treasures of heart and mind rarer than all the glories of Rome. When he left the party, he had lost his heart, lost it completely, to the young lady. Now, the widow's house was where Mr. Alfred the sculptor could most frequently be found. It was understood that his calls were not for the lady herself, though he and she did all the talking. He really came for the sake of the daughter. They called her Kala. Her real name was Karen Melina, but the two names had been contracted into the single name, Kala. She was extremely, but some people said she was rather dull and probably slept late in the mornings. "She has been accustomed to that since childhood," said her mother. "She is as beautiful as Venus, and a beauty always tires easily. She does sleep rather late, but that's what makes her eyes so bright." What a power there was in these clear eyes, these deep blue eyes. Still waters run deep. The young man felt the truth of that proverb, and his heart sank into the depths. He spoke of his adventures, and Mama always asked the same naive and pertinent questions she had asked at their first meeting. It was a delight to hear Mr. Alfred speak. He told them of Naples, of trips to Mount Vesuvius, and showed them colored prints of some of the eruptions. The widow had never heard of such things before, much less taken time to think about them. "Mercy save us," she said. "So that's a burning mountain. But isn't it dangerous for the people who live there?" "Entire cities have been destroyed," he answered. "For example, Pompeii and Herculaneum." "Oh, the poor people. And you saw all that yourself?" "Well, no. I didn't see any of the eruptions shown in these pictures, but I'll show you a drawing I made of an eruption I did see." He laid a pencil sketch on the table, and when Mama, who had been studying the highly colored prints, glanced at the black and white drawing, she cried in amazement. "When you saw it, did it throw up white fire?" For a moment, Alfred's respect for Kala's mama nearly vanished. But then, dazzled by the light from Kala, he decided it was natural for the old lady to have no eye for color. After all, it didn't matter, for Kala's mama had the most wonderful thing of all. she had Kala herself. And Alfred and Kala were engaged, which was inevitable, and the engagement was announced in the town newspaper. Mama brought 30 copies of the paper so she could cut out the announcement and send it to her friends. The betrothed couple were happy, and the mama-in-law-to-be was happy too. She said it seemed like being related to Thorvaldsen himself. At any rate, you are his successor, she told Alfred. And it seemed to Alfred that Mama had this time really said something clever. Kala said nothing, but her eyes sparkled. Her every gesture was graceful. Yes, she was beautiful. That cannot be repeated too often. Alfred made busts of Kala and his future mama-in-law. They sat for him and watched how he molded and smoothed the soft clay between his fingers. I suppose it's only for us that you do this common work, said mama-in-law-to-be. And don't have your servant do all that dabbing together. No, I have to mold the clay myself, he explained. Oh yes, you're always so exceedingly polite, said Mama, while Kala silently pressed his hand, still soiled by the clay. Then he unfolded to both of them the loveliness of nature in creation, explaining how the living stood higher in the scale than the dead, how the plant was above the mineral, the animal above the plant, and man above the animal, how mind and beauty are united in outward form, and how it was the task of the sculptor to seize that beauty and imprison it in his works. Kala sat silent and nodded approval of the thought, while Mama-in-law confessed, "It's hard to follow all that, but my thoughts manage to hobble slowly along after you. They whirl around, but I try to hold them fast." And the power of Kala's beauty held Alfred fast, seizing him and mastering him and filling his whole soul. There was beauty in Kala's every feature. It sparkled in her eyes, lurked in the corners of her mouth, and even in each movement of her fingers. The sculptor saw this. He spoke only of her, thought only of her, until the two became one. Thus, it might be said that she also spoke often, for he was always talking of her, and they two were one. Such was the betrothal, and now came the wedding day, with bridesmaids and presents, all duly mentioned in the wedding speech. Mama-in-law had set up a bust of Thorvaldsen, attired in a dressing gown at one end of the table, for it was her whim that he was to be a guest. There were songs and toasts, for it was a gay wedding, and they were a handsome pair. Pygmalion gets his Galatea, one of the songs said. That is something from mythology, said Mama-in-law. Next day, the young couple left for Copenhagen, where they were to live. Mama-in-law went with them. To give them a helping hand, she explained, which meant to take charge of the house. Kala was to live in a doll's house. Everything was so bright, new and fine. There the three of them sat. And as for Alfred, to use a proverb that describes his circumstances, he sat like the bishop in the goose yard. The magic of form had fascinated him. He had regarded the case and had no interest in learning what the case contained. And that is unfortunate, very unfortunate, in married life. If the case breaks and the gilding rubs off, the purchaser may repent of his bargain. It is very embarrassing to discover in a large party that one's suspender buttons are coming off and that one has no belt to fall back on. But it is still worse to realize at a great party that one's wife and mother-in-law are talking nonsense, and that one cannot think of a clever piece of wit to cover up the stupidity of it. The young couple often sat hand in hand, he speaking, and she letting drop a word now and then, with always the same melody, like a clock striking the same 2 or 3 notes constantly. It was really a mental relief when one of her friends, Sophie, came to visit them. Sophie wasn't pretty. To be sure, she was not deformed. Kala always said she was a little crooked, but no one but a female friend would have noticed that. She was a very level-headed girl and had no idea that she might ever become dangerous here. Her visits brought a fresh breath of air into the doll's house, air that they all agreed was certainly needed there. But they felt they needed more airing, so they came out into the air, and Mama-in-law and the young couple traveled to Italy. "Thank heaven we are back in our own home again," said both mother and daughter when they and Alfred returned home a year later. "Traveling is no fun," said Mama-in-law. "On the contrary, it's very tiring. Pardon me for saying so. I found the time dragged, even though I had my children with me. And it is expensive, very expensive, to travel. All those galleries you have to see, and all the things you have to look at, you must do it for self-protection. Because when you get back, people are sure to ask you about them. And then they're sure to tell you that you've missed the most worthwhile things. I got so tired at last of those everlasting Madonnas. I thought I would turn into a Madonna myself. And the food one gets," said Kala. "Yes," agreed Mama, "not even a dish of honest meat soup. It is awful the way they cook." And Kala had become tired from traveling. She was always tired. That was the trouble. Sophie came to live with them, and her presence was a real help. Mama-in-law had to admit that Sophie understood both housekeeping and art, though you would hardly have expected a knowledge of the last from a person of her modest background. Moreover, she was honest and loyal. She showed that clearly when Kala lay sick, fading away. If the case is everything, that case should be strong. or it is all over. And it was all over with the case. Kala died. She was so beautiful, said Mama. She was very different from the antiques, because they're all so damaged. Kala was completely perfect, just as a beauty should be. Alfred wept, and the mother wept, and both went into mourning. The black dresses became Mama very well, so she wore her mourning the longer. Moreover, she soon experienced another grief when she saw Alfred marry again. And he married Sophie, who had no looks at all. He has gone from one extreme to the other, said Mama-in-law. Gone from the most beautiful to the ugliest. How could he forget his first wife? Men have no constancy. Now my husband was entirely different, and he died before I did. Pygmalion got his Galatea, said Alfred. Yes, that's what the wedding song said. I really fell in love with a beautiful statue, which came to life in my arms. But the soul mate that heaven sends down to us, one of its angels, who can comfort and sympathize with and uplift us, I have not found or won till now. You came to me, Sophie, not in the glory of superficial beauty, but fair enough, prettier than was necessary. The most important thing is still the most important. You came to teach a sculptor that his work is only clay and dust, only the outward form in a fabric that passes away, and that we must seek the spirit within. Poor Kala. Ours was but a wayfarer's life. In the next world, where we shall come together through sympathy, we shall probably be half strangers to each other. That was not spoken kindly, said Sophie, not like a true Christian. In the next world, where there is no marriage, but where, as you say, souls find each other through sympathy, where everything beautiful is developed and elevated, her soul may attain such completeness that it may resound far more melodiously than mine. Then you will again utter the first exciting cry of your love. Beautiful, beautiful. A story from the sand dunes. This is a story of the sand dunes of Jutland. But it doesn't begin there. No, it begins far away to the south, in Spain. The ocean is the highway between the two countries. So now, let your thoughts journey to Spain. It is warm there, and it is beautiful. The fiery red pomegranate blossoms grow among the dark laurels. A refreshing wind from the mountains breathes over the orange gardens and the graceful Moorish palaces with golden cupolas and colored walls. Children walk in procession through the streets, carrying torches and waving banners, while high above them, stars sparkle in the clear arching vault of heaven. song and castanets can be heard. Young men and girls dance under the blossoming acacias, while the beggar lies on a carved marble block, quenches his thirst with a juicy watermelon, and dozes his life away. It is all like a beautiful dream. Give yourself up to it, yes, as did the young married couple, to whom had been granted all the choicest of earthly blessings: health, beauty, good nature, riches, and honor. We are as happy as anyone could ever be, they said, with full conviction in their hearts. Yet they had one step higher to go to attain complete happiness, and that would be reached when God would give them a child, a son, in their own image, body, and soul. That blessed child would be welcomed with jubilance, cared for with the utmost love and tenderness, and be surrounded by all the luxuries that riches and an influential family can provide. Meanwhile, the days glided past, each like a holiday. Life is a precious gift of love, almost too great to understand, said the wife. And just to think that this fullness of bliss shall still increase and grow in another life throughout eternity. I can hardly conceive of it. And it certainly also shows the arrogance of people, said her husband. It really shows a terrible conceit when people persuade themselves to think they'll live forever, become as God. Were these not the words of the serpent, the master of lies? You surely don't doubt that there is a life after this, do you? Asked his young wife. And it was as if a shadow passed through their sunlit thoughts for the first time. Faith promises it, I know, and the priests tell us it is so, said the young man. But happy as I am now, I feel and know that it is only pride, an arrogant thought that demands another life after this, an extension of this happiness. Haven't we been granted enough in this life so that we could and should be satisfied? Yes, that has been given us, said the young wife. But how many thousands find this life a heavy trail? How many have been thrown into this world only to find poverty, shame, sickness, and misfortune? No, if there were no afterlife, the blessings on this earth would be too unequally divided. Our God would not be a God of justice. The beggar down on the street has pleasures just as dear to him as the king enjoys in his splendid palace, said the young man. And what about the poor beast of burden that is beaten and starved and works itself to death? Doesn't it sense the bitterness of its miserable life? Why shouldn't it too demand an afterlife, and call it unfair that it wasn't granted the advantages of a higher creation? Christ told us, "In my Father's house are many mansions," answered the young wife. The kingdom of heaven is as infinite as God's love. the animal is his creation too. And I don't believe that any single life will be lost, but that each will be granted the greatest share of happiness it is capable of receiving. But this world is good enough for me now, said the young man, as he slipped his arm around his lovely, amiable wife and smoked a cigarette on the open balcony, where the cool air was heavy with the fragrance of orange blossoms and carnations. Songs and the clicking of castanets came from the street, while the stars glittered high above, and two eyes full of love, his wife's eyes, gazed on him with the expression of eternal love. A moment like this, he said, makes being born well worthwhile, just to experience such a moment and then vanish, he said, smiling, while his wife shook her finger reprovingly, and the cloud soon passed. They were much too happy. Everything that happened seemed only to add to their happiness and well-being. A change came, but it was only a change of place, not a change that diminished their happiness and enjoyment of life. The young man was appointed by the king to be ambassador to the court of Imperial Russia, a post of great honor, such as his birth and ability well fitted him to occupy. He had a great fortune of his own, and his young wife's wealth was equal to his, for she was the daughter of the richest and most respected merchant. And since one of her father's largest and finest ships would sail this year to Stockholm, it was arranged that the dear children, the daughter and the son-in-law, would travel on it to St. Petersburg. Everything was royally fitted out for the voyage, with soft carpets underfoot and silken splendor everywhere. There is an old heroic ballad familiar to all Danes, called The King of England's Son. He also goes to sea in a splendid ship, with its anchor inlaid with pure gold, and every rope woven of silk. The ship of the Spanish merchant might have reminded one of this vessel, for the magnificence was similar, and the farewell thoughts were very much the same. God grant that we meet with joy again. The parting was brief, for a fair wind blew briskly off the Spanish coast. They hoped to reach their destination in a few weeks, but as soon as they were well out at sea, the wind died down to rest. The ocean grew smooth, and the waters reflected the glittering light of the stars of heaven. There were festive evenings in their richly appointed cabin. At last, they wished the wind would rise again, to speed them on their voyage. But every wind that arose came from the wrong direction. Weeks went by. 2 whole months passed, in fact, before the wind blew in their favor from the southwest. They were somewhere between Scotland and Jutland when the west wind burst forth, just as in the old ballad, the King of England's Son. While the sky was dark and the wind blew, and there was neither port nor land in view. They cast their anchor, but to no avail. They were blown to Denmark by a west wind gale. This occurred a long time ago. King Christian VII, still a young man, then sat on the throne of Denmark. Much has happened since then. There have been many changes and innovations. Lakes and swamps have become green meadows, while heaths have been plowed into useful land. And in the shelter of the West Jutlander's house, there now grow apple trees and roses. But you must seek these out, for they hide from the sharp west wind. Still, it is easy to imagine yourself back in times more remote than even the reign of Christian VII. For now, as then, the brown heath of Jutland stretches for miles with its barrows, its mirages, its winding, rough, sandy roads. To the west, where broad streams of water flow into the fjords, there are marshes and meadows, encircled by the high sand hills, which rise up toward the sea like an alpine chain with jagged summits, broken only by high banks of clay. From these, the waves eat off giant mouthfuls year after year, so that the edges and summits topple down as though shaken by an earthquake. That's how it looks today, and that's how it looked many years ago, when the happy couple sailed past it in their splendid ship. It was a bright, sunshiny Sunday in late September. The peals of the church bells extended to one another all along the Nissum Fjord. The churches there are like immense stones, each like a piece of rock mountain. The North Sea itself might wash over them, and they would still stand firm. Most of them have no towers, their bells hanging out in the open air between two wooden beams. The services had ended, and the congregation emerged from the house of God into the churchyard, where then, as now, there grew neither tree nor shrub. No plants, flowers, or wreaths adorned the graves. Only rough hillocks showed where the dead had been buried, while sharp grass, beaten flat by the wind, covered the whole cemetery. Here and there, a single grave still has a tombstone, perhaps a moldering log, cut in the shape of a coffin. These are pieces of driftwood from the forests of West Jutland. The wild sea provides the shore dwellers with many hewn planks cast upon the coast. But the wind and salt sea spray soon wear away these monuments. One of these blocks had been placed on the grave of child, to which a young woman came from the church. She stopped and gazed down at the rotted wood. Shortly, her husband joined her. They spoke no word. Presently, he took her hand, and together they walked away from the grave, on over the brown heath, and over the moor toward the sand dunes. For a long time, they walked in silence. "That was a good sermon today," said the man. "If we didn't have our Lord, we would have nothing." "Yes," replied his wife. "He sends us happiness and sorrow. He has a right to. Our little boy would have been 5 years old tomorrow if we had been allowed to keep him. "It does no good to grieve," said the man. "He is much better off there than here. He is where we pray to go." They said no more, but passed on silently toward their home among the sand dunes. Suddenly, from one of these, where there was no grass to hold the sand down, it looked as if a column of heavy smoke were rising. It was really a gust of wind boring into the bank and whirling the fine particles of sand into the air. A second gust followed, so strong that the strings of fish hung on the line rattled against the walls of the house. But it lasted for only a moment. Then all was quiet again, and the sun shone warmly. The man and his wife went into their house, quickly changed from their Sunday clothes, and then hurried across the dunes, which looked like enormous waves of sand suddenly frozen in motion. The sea reed and the bluish green of the sharp dune grass alone relieved the monotony of the white sand. A couple of neighbors appeared, and all helped in pulling the boats higher up on the sandy shore, while the wind steadily strengthened and blew bitingly cold. When they returned across the dunes, the waves were lifting their white caps. Sand and sharp pebbles were beating into their faces, and the wind cut off the top ridges of some of the dunes, breaking them into sand showers. Evening came, and a swelling sound filled the air. There was a howling and wailing, like a host of despairing spirits. And even though the fisherman's hut lay near the shore, the noise of the wind drowned the roar of the sea. The sand drifted against the window panes, and every now and then there came a violent gust of wind that seemed to shake the house to its very foundation. It was a dark evening. The moon would not rise until nearly midnight. The air cleared a little, but the storm was now raging with all its fury over the deep, black ocean. The fisherman and his wife had long since gone to bed, but in such weather it was impossible to close an eye. Suddenly, there was a tap at the window. The door was pushed open, and someone said, "A large ship is stranded on the outer reef." In a moment, the man and his wife were out of bed and dressing themselves hurriedly. The moon was up now, and it would have been light enough to see had it not been for the flying sand, which forced eyes to squint. Only with great difficulty, waiting for each lull, and creeping a little farther between gusts, could they make their way across the sand dunes. And now, like swans down in the air, salty white foam flew in from the sea as it hurled its waves against the coast in boiling fury. Only a long, experienced eye could have distinguished the ship way out there. It was a splendid two-master. At that very instant, it was lifted over the reef, 3 or 4 cables' lengths off the usual channel. It drove on toward land, struck against the second reef, and there, stuck fast. It was impossible to send any help, for the sea was far too tumultuous. Waves broke over the entire vessel. They imagined hearing screams of terror, the cries of death agony. They could see the aimless rushing to and fro on board. It was all hopeless, helpless. Now, a wave, like a thundering avalanche, crashed down on the bowsprit, and then it disappeared. The stern rose high above the water, and two people could be seen leaping from it into the sea. They disappeared. A moment more, and a tremendous wave, thundering toward the dunes, flung a body on the shore. It was a woman, and surely she was dead. A couple of women who quickly gathered around her believed she showed signs of life, and carried her over the dunes to the fisherman's cottage. How beautiful and dainty she was, no doubt a lady of rank. They laid her in the fisherman's humble bed. There was no linen to wrap her in, only a woolen blanket. But at least this was warm and comfortable. She breathed, but she was in a high fever. She had no idea where she was or what had happened. Perhaps this was just as well, for all that was dear to her now lay at the bottom of the ocean. They had met the same fate as those sung of in the ballad about the King of England's son. A sorrowful sight it was to all. The ship was broken into pieces small. Many bits of the wreck were driven ashore, but the lady alone survived of all the voyagers. Still, the wind howled and wailed along the coast. For a few minutes, she seemed to rest, but then came screams of pain and fear. Her beautiful eyes opened, and she spoke a few words, but no one could understand her. At last, after hours of suffering and struggles, there nestled in her arms a tiny newborn child. That child was to have rested under silken curtains in a beautiful home, was to have been welcomed to a life full of this world's riches. But our Lord had willed that he should be born in this humble hut, and not so much as one kiss was he to receive from the lips of his mother. The fisherman's wife placed the baby against its mother's heart, a heart that beat no longer. She was dead, and the child who was to have been brought up in luxury and pleasure had been hurled headlong into life, tossed by the sea among the sand dunes, there to experience the lot of a poor man, and weary and dark days. And always the old song comes to our mind. On the king's son's cheek there was a tear. Pray, Christ, I reach Bovbjerg, then I shan't fear. If only I had come to Herr Buga's strand, then no knight nor squire of any band would have dared against me lift a hand. The ship had been wrecked a little to the south of the Nissum Fjord, on the very shore that Herr Boog had once called his own. The hard, cruel times of the ballad, when the dwellers on the western coast treated castaways so inhumanly, had long passed. The shipwrecked were now treated with love and kindness, as they are in our own time. The dying mother and the unfortunate child would have been treated with the utmost care and tenderness wherever the storm had driven them. But nowhere could they have received more sincere kindness than in the hut of that poor fisherwoman who only yesterday had stood with a sorrowful heart beside the grave of her child, who, if God had allowed him to live, would today have completed his 5th year. No one knew the identity of the dead woman, or from where she had come. The broken fragments of the wrecked ship brought no explanation. No letter or news of the daughter and son-in-law was ever received at the rich merchant's house in Spain. They could not have reached their destination, considering the violent storms that had raged for the last few weeks. For months they waited before admitting to themselves the sad truth. All lost, all perished. But in the hut of the fisherman, near the sand dunes of Hunsby, there was now a tiny infant. Where God provides food for 2, there is sure to be enough for a 3rd. And near the sea, there is always at least a plate of fish for hungry mouths. They christened the little one Jorgen. Surely he must be a Jewish child, people said. His skin is so dark. He may just as easily be Italian or Spanish, said the clergyman. To the fisherman's wife, all 3 races seemed very much the same, but it was a great comfort to her to know that at least the child was really a baptized Christian. The boy thrived, his noble blood sustaining warmth and gaining strength from the poor fare as he grew in that humble hut. The Danish language, as spoken in West Jutland, became his own language. The pomegranate seed from Spain had become a seagrass plant on Jutland's western coast, and in this home, so foreign to his inheritance, he took root for the rest of his life. He was to experience hunger and cold, a poor man's wants and troubles, but also he was to know a poor man's pleasures. For everyone, childhood has its highlights, and the memories of these sparkle throughout one's whole life. What a full share of play and pleasure he had. All the miles of shore were strewn with playthings for him. It was a mosaic of pebbles, red as coral, yellow as amber, or white and round as birds' eggs, all bright with colors, and smooth and polished by the sea. Even the dried-out skeleton of a fish, the water plants, dried by the wind, or the shiny, white seaweed, long and narrow, like strings fluttering among the rocks, were a delight to eye and heart. The boy was a wide-awake child, full of ability, how he could remember all the old stories or songs he had ever heard, and how clever he was with his fingers. He could make sailing ships out of stones and shells, or draw pictures that were quite an ornament to the room. He could carve his thoughts out of a stick, as his foster mother said, when he was still only a little boy. And his voice was so sweet and caught the strain of a melody so quickly. That little heart was attuned to many fine harmonies, which might have rung throughout the world if he had been placed in a less narrow home than the fisherman's hut near the North Sea. One day, a box of rare flower bulbs drifted ashore after a shipwreck. Some were taken out and made into soup, with the idea that they might be good to eat. Others were just left to rot in the sand and never fulfilled their destiny, never unfolded the glorious beauty of form and color that lay hidden within them. Would such be the case with Jorgen? Life was soon over for the flower bulbs, but he still had many years to live and struggle. It never occurred either to him or his foster parents that their lives were lonely and monotonous. Days went by, and there was plenty to do and hear and see. The ocean itself was a great book of lessons. Every day, it seemed to turn over a new page, storm or calm. A shipwreck was an exciting event. The visit to the church was a festive event. Twice a year, the fisherman's hut had a visitor, and a very welcome one. This was the eel seller from Fjaltring, up near Bovbjerg, who was the brother of Jorgen's foster mother. He came with a red wagon full of eels. It was shut up like a box, and had blue and white tulips painted on it. It was drawn by 2 black oxen, and Jorgen was permitted to drive them. The eel man had a good head on him. He was a jolly guest. He always brought a little keg of schnapps, and everyone had a drink of it, sometimes from a coffee cup, if there were not enough glasses. Even Jorgen, little as he was, had a thimbleful. That was so he could digest the fat eels, said the eel man. Then he would tell them his old story, and whenever he heard people laugh at it, he always repeated it at once to the very same people, as all talkative folks do. And as Jorgen used phrases from this story throughout his youth and later in life, we had better listen to it. The eels played out in the river, and Mother Eel said to her daughters, when they had begged for permission to explore a little way up the stream, "Don't go too far. The wicked man with his spear will come and catch you all." But they did go too far, and of the 8 of them, only 3 returned to their mother and wailed out their story. We had only gone a little distance beyond the door when the ugly man with the spear came and stabbed our 5 sisters to death. "They'll come back," said the eel mother. "No," said the daughters, "for he skinned them and cut them into bits and fried them." "They'll surely come back," said the eel mother. "Yes, but he ate them." "Still they'll come back," said the eel mother. "But he drank schnapps afterwards," said the daughters. "Oh my, oh my," howled the eel mother. "Then they'll never return, for schnapps drowns eels. And for that very reason, people should always take a little schnapps after eating them," finished the eel spearer. And this story ran like a thread of gold tinsel, his most humorous recollection, through the web of Jorgen's life. He too wanted to go past the threshold, a little way up the river, or rather, out into the wide world in a ship. But his foster mother objected, just as Mother Eel had objected. "There are so many wicked men with spears." He longed to go a little past the sand dunes, into the heath. And at last he did for 4 pleasant days, the brightest of his whole childhood. And he saw all of Jutland's happy, home-like beauty and sunshine. He went to a party. It was a funeral party. A wealthy relative of the fisherman had died. His farm was far inland, to the east, a bit northerly, as the saying goes. Jorgen's foster parents had to go, and they took him with them. They passed from the dunes, over heath and swamp, to the green pastures where the Skjærum River hollows out its bed, that brook full of eels, where lived Mother Eel and her daughters, whom the wicked people speared and cut in pieces. And hadn't men often acted just as cruelly toward their fellow men? The good knight, Sir Bug, whose name lives in the old song, was murdered by wicked men. And though he himself was called good, he is said to have come very close to slaying the architect who built his castle, with its tower and thick walls, on the slope where the brook Skjærum falls into the Nissum Fjord, just where Jorgen now stood with his foster parents. The ramparts and the red crumbling fragments of the walls could still be seen. It was here that Sir Bug, after the architect had left, ordered one of his men to follow him. "Say to him, 'Master, the tower leans to one side, and if he turns and looks to find out, you must slay him and take from him the money I have paid him. But if he turns not, let him depart in peace.'" The man obeyed, but the architect did not turn. Rather did he answer clearly and boldly, "The tower does not lean, for I have built it well. But one day a man shall come from the west in a blue cloak, and he shall make it lean." And 100 years later, this came to pass, for the North Sea broke in, and the tower collapsed. But Predbjorn Gildenstjerne, who owned the castle at that time, built a new mansion on the slope higher up. This is still standing and is called Norra Vosborg. Jorgen and his foster parents had to pass this place. So now he saw this and other spots that he had heard stories about in the long winter evenings. He saw the castle with its double moats choked with trees and bushes, and its rampart overhung with bracken. But the loveliest sight to him were the tall lime trees that reached right up to the roof and filled the air with fragrance. In the northwest corner of the garden stood a large bush bearing flowers as white as snow. They seemed strange to him among the green leaves of summer. It was an elder bush, the first he had seen blooming. That bush and the lime trees were stored safely away throughout the years in a corner of his mind, a bit of the fragrance and beauty of Denmark, kept to delight the old man. The journey continued and became still more pleasant, for outside Norra Vosborg, where they had found the flowering elder bush, they met other people who were also going to the funeral and drove on with them. Of course, all three of them had to sit on a little wooden chest with iron trimmings at the rear of the carriage, but they decided even that was better than walking. The carriage rolled away over the rough hillocks of the heath, and the oxen that drew it stopped to graze whenever a patch of fresh grass appeared among the heather. The sun shone warmly, and they saw the strange sight of rising smoke in the distance, as transparent as though beams of light were rolling and dancing over the heath. "That is Loki driving his flock," people said. And that was enough explanation for Jorgen. He felt as though he were driving right into fairyland. And yet, everything was real. And how still it all was about them. The heath spread out before them, a wide, rich carpet, with the heather in blossom, mingled with the dark green juniper and fresh oak shoots. It studded the ground as if with bouquets. This was an inviting place to throw oneself down, if it were not for the many poisonous snakes people said were there. And people spoke too of the wolves that used to be found there so often that the district was known as Ulfborg Herod. The old man who was driving the wagon told them how, in his father's day, the horses often had fierce battles with wild beasts since exterminated, and how one morning he found a horse trampling on a wolf he had slain, while his own legs were quite bare of flesh, which had been gnawed off in the struggle. The wagon rolled too quickly over the rough heath and through the deep sand. They reached the house of mourning, where they found many strangers, inside and outside. Many wagons stood side by side, with their horses or oxen turned out to seek meager pasture. From the back of the house, great sand dunes, like those at home near the sea, extended far and wide. How could they be here? It was 12 miles into the country, Yet they were as tall and large as those by the shore. The wind had lifted them up and blown them here. They too had a history. Psalms were sung, and a few of the older people wept. But aside from this, everything was very pleasant, Jorgen thought. There was plenty to eat and drink. The finest fat eels, with schnapps afterwards, to settle the eels, as the eel seller had said. And his words were certainly carried out at this gathering. Jorgen went in and out of the house, and by the third day he was as thoroughly at home there as in the fisherman's hut among his own sand dunes, where he had spent all his life. But the heath here was far more beautiful, with its myriads of brilliant blossoms and luscious, sweet bilberries, growing so thickly that if one stepped on them, the ground became stained with their red juice. Here lay an old Viking grave, and near it lay another. When the mysterious columns of mist curled upward through the calm air, they said, "The heath is on fire." It shone brightest toward evening, but the fourth day came at last and brought the end of the wake. It was time to return from the inland sand dunes to the coastal sand dunes. Ours are the real ones, after all, said the father. These have no strength. Then they talked about the sand dunes and how they came to be here. And this was very interesting. The peasants found a corpse on the shore and buried it in the churchyard. Then the sand began to fly about, and the sea broke in with violence. A wise man of the parish advised that the grave be opened, for if the stranger were found sucking his thumb, they could then be sure that he whom they had buried was a merman, and that the sea would not rest till it had fetched him back. So they opened the grave, and sure enough, the dead man lay with his thumb between his lips. He was quickly laid on a cart drawn by 2 oxen, and as though stung by hornets, they rushed with him over heath and moor to the sea. That stopped the shower of flying sand, but the dunes that it formed are still there. That was what Jorgen learned and carried away with him from the happiest days of his childhood. Those 4 days at the funeral party. How wonderful it was, he thought, to go out into the world and see new places and new people. And he was to go still farther away. Before he had finished his 14th year, he was still a child. He did actually go out to look at a world through the eyes of a cabin boy. Now he had to endure bad weather, rough seas, and evil men, scanty fare, cold nights, the rope's end, and blows from a hard fist. Yes, such were his experiences. There was something in his noble Spanish blood that continually boiled over and brought hot words to his lips. He soon learned it was wisest to restrain them, but in doing so, he felt somewhat as the eel must feel when it is skinned, cut up, and tossed into the frying pan. "I shall return again," said a voice within him. Now the ship touched at the Spanish coast, the home of Jorgen's parents. In fact, at the very town where they used to live in splendor and happiness. But he knew nothing of his homeland or his relatives, and even less did his family know of him. The shabby cabin boy was not even permitted to go ashore while the others went. But on the last day, it happened that some provisions had been bought, and Jorgen was told to carry them on board. There stood Jorgen in his wretched clothes that looked as if they had been washed in a ditch and dried in a chimney. This was the first time that he, the dweller of the sand dunes, had ever seen a great city. How tall the houses were, how narrow the streets, swarming with human beings, constantly rushing to and fro. A regular whirlpool of townspeople and farmers, monks and soldiers, a clamor, a screaming, a jangling of bells from asses and mules, a clanging of bigger bells from the churches, song and musical instruments, knocking and hammering, for every tradesman seemed to have his shop either on his threshold or on the sidewalk. And all the while, the hot sun burned down, and the air was heavy. It was as if one had entered a bake oven full of beetles, cockchafers, bees, and flies, all humming and buzzing with all their might. Jorgen hardly knew if he were walking or standing still. Suddenly, he saw before him the mighty portals of a cathedral, with lights streaming out through the twilight of the colonnades, and the fragrance of incense saluting him. Even the poorest beggar in rags could venture to climb those stairs and enter. The sailor who had taken Jorgen ashore went into the church. Jorgen followed, and soon he stood in the sanctuary. Colored pictures glowed out from golden backgrounds. Amid flowers and candles, at the altar, he beheld the Blessed Virgin holding the Holy Child. Priests in their vestments were chanting, while pretty choir boys swung silver censers. What magnificence he saw there! All this glory and beauty streaming into Jorgen's soul nearly overpowered him. The church and the faith of his fathers surrounded him and awakened a chord in his soul, causing tears to come to his eyes. From the cathedral, they proceeded to the market. A heavy load of provisions was piled upon him. It was a long way back, and when he grew tired, he wanted to rest in front of a large and splendid palace decorated with statues and marble pillars with broad steps. But as he rested his burden against the wall, a porter dressed in gold lace bustled out, waving a silver-headed cane, and drove him away. Him, the grandson of that house. But no one knew it, himself least of all. And so he returned to the ship and accepted, as before, his share of cuffs, broken slumbers, and hard work. Such was his first experience in life. It is good for a man to bear the yoke in his youth, they say. Yes, if he makes up for it in old age. When the term of his signing on was ended, and the ship was anchored in the Ringkjøbing fjord, he went home to the Hundsby sand dunes, but his foster mother was dead. She had died during his voyage. A hard winter followed, with snowstorms raging over sea and land. It was difficult to get from one place to another. How differently are things divided in this life. Here were icy, cold, and driving snowstorms, while in Spain the sun burned too fiercely. And yet, one clear, frosty day, while Jorgen watched the swans flying from the ocean across the Nisum fjord toward Norrevosborg, he felt that here, in the northern land, he could breathe more freely. And Denmark had its beauty of summer, too. He imagined he could see the heath with its flowers and ripe, juicy berries, while the lime trees and elderbush of Norrevosborg stood blooming before him. He must go back there again. It was toward spring, and the fishing began. Jorgen helped, for he had grown during the last year. He was quick and alert at his work, and there was no lack of spirit in him. He could swim and tread water, turn over and tumble in the water. He often warned him to beware of the mackerel shoals, which, it is said, seize the best swimmer, drag him down into the water, and eat him. That would be the end of him. But that never happened to Jorgen. Among his neighbors on the sand dunes was a boy named Morten. He and Jorgen had become good friends, and now they shipped out together on a vessel bound for Norway. Afterwards, they went to Holland together. They had never quarreled, but when one is hot-blooded by nature, one can easily start something. And that Jorgen did one day, over nothing. They were sitting together behind the cabin door, eating off the same clay dish, when Jorgen, who held his pocket knife in his hand, raised it toward Morten with a threatening gesture, his cheeks deadly pale and his eyes blazing with fury. But Morten only said, "So you're the sort who uses a knife." At those words, Jorgen's hand was lowered. He said no word, but finished his dinner and went off to work. Morten, and said, "Hit me in the face. I deserve it. There's something in me that's always boiling over." "Oh, forget it," said Morten, and they became better friends than ever. When they had returned home to the sand dunes, and people heard the story of this quarrel, they said that Jorgen was like a pot that easily boiled over, but that he was an honest pot anyway. "But he's no Jutlander. No one can call him a Jutland pot," was Morten's witty answer. They were both young and healthy, well-built, and with strong limbs. Jorgen was the more active. Up in Norway, the peasants go into the mountains and take their cattle there to find pasture. On the western coast of Jutland, the fishermen build huts among the sand dunes. They build them with planks from shipwrecks and cover them over with heath and turf. Here the fishermen live and sleep during the early spring. Each fisherman has a girl as a servant. She is called his eisepige. She supplies the bait for the hooks, must be ready on the wharf with warm ale to refresh him, and cooks his food when he returns to his hut, tired and hungry. The girls carry the fish up from the boat, cut it up, and, in short, have plenty to do. Jorgen, his foster father, a few other fishermen, and their girls had a hut together. Morten lived in the next hut. One of the girls, named Elsa, had known Jorgen ever since they were both little children. They were quite fond of each other and always happy to be together. They were much alike in disposition, but quite different in appearance, for Jorgen was very dark complexioned, while her skin was white, her hair as yellow as flax, and her eyes as blue as the sea on a sunny day. One day, Elsa and Jorgen were walking together, and Jorgen was holding her hand in a warm, fervent grasp when she said to him, "Jorgen, I want to unburden my heart to you. Let me be your eisepige instead of Morten's. I know he has hired me, but you're like a brother to me, and Morten, he and I are sweethearts. But now, don't go and tell everybody else about it." Jorgen felt as if the sand dunes were whirling beneath him. He didn't say a word. He only nodded. And that was the same as saying, yes. This was all that was necessary to make him feel a bitter hatred in his heart for Morten. The more he thought about it, the clearer he realized that Morten had robbed him of the only creature he loved. Never before had he understood his own feelings toward Elsa. And now, all hope of winning her for himself was gone. When the fishermen are returning home over a fairly rough sea, it is interesting to see how the boats pass over the sand reefs. One man stands upright while the rest watch him, sitting with their oars ready to use the moment he signals that a great wave is coming, which will lift the boat over the reef. It comes, and the vessel is tossed up so that its very keel can be seen from the shore. In another moment, the entire boat vanishes from sight, and neither boat, men nor mast, can be seen. You might imagine the ocean has swallowed everything up. Another moment, and the boat reappears, crawling up the wave like a mighty sea monster, its oars moving like the creature's legs. The second and third reefs are crossed in the same way. And then the fishermen spring into shallow water and drag their boat ashore. Every wave helps them, until finally they have it beyond the reach of the breakers. But the slightest mistake in the signal when passing those reefs, the delay of a moment, and they would be shipwrecked. It would soon be all over with me and Morton, too, if that happened, came into Jorgen's mind out at sea. They were approaching the outer reef when his foster father suddenly became seriously ill. The fever had seized him. Jorgen jumped up and stood in the bow. "Father, let me take your place," he said, and his eyes moved from Morton to the sea, and from the sea back to Morton, as the oars swung on with the steady strokes, and the great wave rolled toward them. Then, suddenly, his look fell on the pale face of his foster father, and he could not obey his wicked impulse. The boat crossed the reefs in safety, and in safety they came ashore. But that evil thought still lurked in Jorgen's heart, and roused every little fiber of bitterness that he remembered from his childhood days. But he could not weave the fibers together, so he dismissed it all from his mind. He felt that Morton had robbed him, and that was reason enough to hate him. Some of the fishermen noticed the change in Jorgen, but Morton himself saw nothing. He was just the same as ever, ready to help and eager to talk. In fact, a little too much of the latter. Jorgen's foster father took to his bed. It became his deathbed. For a week later, he was dead. Jorgen was his heir, now master of the cottage behind the sand dunes. It was a poor enough hut, but still it was something. And Morton didn't have so much. "I suppose you won't go to sea again, Jorgen," said one of the old fishermen. "You'll always stay with us now." But that was by no means Jorgen's thought. On the contrary, he thought about seeing some more of the world. The eel seller up at Fjaltring had a cousin up at Old Skagen, also a fisherman, but wealthy, and a ship owner too. They said he was a kindly old man, with whom it would be very pleasant to take service. Old Skagen lies way up at the northern part of Jutland, as far away from the Hunsby sand dunes as one can go. That part of the idea pleased Jorgen best. He had no intention of attending the wedding of Elsa and Morton, which was to take place in a couple of weeks. It was foolish for Jorgen to go away, said the old fisherman. Now that he had a house of his own, Elsa would very likely prefer him to Morton. Jorgen's reply was so abrupt that it wasn't easy to make out his meaning. The old man brought Elsa to him. She didn't say much, but she did say, "You have a house. That must be considered." And Jorgen did consider many things. The ocean has its heavy waves, but the waves of the human heart are even heavier. Many thoughts, strong and weak, passed through Jorgen's heart and head before he asked Elsa, "Suppose Morton had a house as good as mine. Which of us would you rather have? But Morton doesn't have one, and never will have one. But suppose he did have one. Why then, I'd take Morton, of course, for that's the way I feel about him. But one must have something to live on. All night, Jorgen thought over this answer. There was something within him, he found, something he himself couldn't figure out. It was stronger, even than his love for Elsa. He went to Morten, and what he said and did had been well considered. He offered to sell his house to him on the lowest possible terms, explaining that it would please him better to go to sea again. When Elsa heard about it, she thanked him with a kiss, for she really did love Morten better. Jorgen was going to leave early next morning. Late the evening before, he had a sudden desire to go to see Morten once more. On his way among the sand dunes, he met the old fisherman, who greatly disapproved of his leaving, and who declared Morten must carry a charm sewn up in his pocket to make the young girls fall in love with him. Jorgen brushed aside such talk and bade him farewell. Then he proceeded to Morten's hut, where he heard loud voices. Evidently, Morten was not alone. For a moment, Jorgen stood irresolute. Least of all did he want to meet Elsa there, and now that he thought it over, he would prefer not having Morten thank him all over again. So he turned back without entering. Next morning, before daylight, he tied up his bundle, gathered his provisions, and started through the sand dunes to the shore. It was easier walking by the sea than along the heavy, sandy road. And besides, it was shorter, for he was going first to Fjaltring, near Bofbjerg, where lived the eel seller, whom he had promised to visit. The ocean was smooth and blue, and as he walked, he crushed under his feet the shells and pebbles, the playthings of his childhood. As he was walking, his nose began to bleed, and a couple of large drops fell on his sleeve. It seemed a trivial enough matter, but a trivial matter can sometimes be of importance. He soon stopped the bleeding, wiped his sleeve, and walked on. It seemed as if this had cleared both his heart and head. When he found sea kale growing in the sand, he broke off a branch and stuck it in his hat, determined to be joyful and happy. Wasn't he going out into the world, a little way up the river, as the young eels had so longed to do? But beware of wicked people who will spear you, skin you, cut you in pieces, and lay you in dishes, he repeated to himself. I'll slip through the world whole-skinned. Courage is a strong weapon. The sun was already high when he reached the narrow inlet between the North Sea and the Nissum Fjord. Then he looked back and made out in the distance 2 men on horseback with others following them, all riding at great speed. This did not concern him. The ferry boat was on the opposite side of the bay, but Jorgen shouted till it came across for him. He sprang on board, but before the ferry was halfway across, the men who had followed him on horseback arrived on the shore, and with threatening gestures, called for him to return in the name of the law. Jürgen couldn't imagine what it meant, but thought it would be best to return. So he took the oar himself and rowed back. In an instant, the men had leaped into the boat, and before he was aware of it, they had bound his hands together with a rope. "It's well you're caught," they said. "Your crime will cost you your life." He was accused of nothing less than murder. Morton had been found stabbed in the neck with a knife. Late, the evening before, one of the fishermen had met Jürgen on his way to Morton's house, and it was remembered that it wasn't the first time Jürgen had threatened Morton with a knife. There seemed no doubt that he was the murderer. Now the question was where to confine him. Ringkjøbing was the proper place, but it was a long way off, and the wind was against them. In less than half an hour, they had crossed Skjærum Fjord, and now they were only a quarter of a mile from Nore Vosborg, which was a strong mansion with moats and ramparts. One of the men in the boat was the brother of the keeper of this mansion. He suggested that they might get permission to confine Jürgen, for the time being, in the dungeon where Long Margrethe, the gypsy, had been imprisoned until her execution. No one listened to Jürgen's denials, and those few drops of blood on his shirt were silent witnesses against him. Conscious of his innocence and of the fact that there was no chance of his being cleared, he calmly resigned himself to his fate. They landed near the old rampart, where the castle of Sørbug had stood. It was the very same spot that Jürgen's feet had trodden years before when he had gone with his foster parents to the funeral party, where he had spent those 4 happy days on the heath. By the very same path, they now led him up to Nore Vosborg, and here, as then, the elderbush was in full bloom, and the tall lime trees wafted their fragrance to him. He might have imagined it was only yesterday that he had been here last. Under the grand staircase in the western wing of the building, a passage leads into a low-roofed, vaulted cell. It was from here that Long Margrethe was led to her execution. She had confessed to having devoured the hearts of 5 children, and believed that, could she have eaten 2 more, she would have been able to make herself invisible and fly away. In the cell was a tiny, narrow air hole in the wall, but the lime trees outside sent none of their refreshing fragrance within. All was cold, damp, and moldy. There was only a rough bench in the cell, but a good conscience makes an easy pillow, so Jürgen could really lie comfortably. The thick wooden door was closed, and the iron bolts were shot, but superstition can creep through the keyhole of a mansion as well as a fisherman's hut. And as Jürgen lay in the silence and darkness, he could not help thinking of Long Margrethe and her horrible crimes. Her last thoughts had filled that narrow dungeon the night before her execution, nor could he help remembering the black arts that had been practiced by the owner of this mansion, Herr Swanwedel. when he lived there many years ago, and how the watchdog that guarded the bridge had every morning been found hung in his chains across the railing. Such thoughts came to Jorgen's mind and made him shiver. But a sunbeam, a refreshing thought from without, also came to his mind, the remembrance of the blossoming elder and lime trees. He was not left here long, but was removed to Ringkjøbing. But there his imprisonment was nonetheless rigorous. For Jorgen's times were not like ours. They were hard times for poor men. Peasant farms and peasant settlements were still being converted into new knights' estates. The coachman or valet of a nobleman was often appointed village judge, with power to condemn the peasant to a severe flogging, or the loss of all his property for some trifling offense. And thus, in Jutland, far from the king's Copenhagen and the wise and just rulers of state, the law took its course with little regard for justice. Jorgen could expect that his case would be delayed. His wretched cell was bitterly cold. When would this misery end? Innocent, he had been thrown into misfortune and sorrow. That was his lot. He had plenty of time to think over the hard dealing that this world had given him, and to wonder why this fate had been allotted him. Still, all would correct itself in that second life which assuredly awaits us. In the poor fisherman's cottage, that faith had taken firm root in his soul. The light that, even amid the sunshine and plenty of Spain, could not pierce the darkness of his father's mind, was sent to him to comfort him in poverty and distress, a sign of the mercy of God, which never disappoints. Now the spring storms settled in. The roaring of the North Sea can be heard for miles inland, and when the tempests abate, there is a thundering as of hundreds of heavy wagons rolling over a hard, tunneled road. In his dungeon, Jorgen heard this sound, and it was a relief to him. No old melodies could so move him as the music of the rolling ocean, the boundless ocean that had carried him throughout the world with the speed of winds, the ocean over which men pass, carrying their own house with them, like the snails carry theirs, always standing on their own native ground, even in foreign lands. How he listened to that deep thunder, how his thoughts surged into a turmoil within him. Free, free. How wonderful to be free, even if with a patched shirt and shoes without soles. Sometimes his soul burned with indignant anger, and he pounded the wall with his clenched fist. Weeks, months, a whole year passed, and then the gypsy Niels Tøv, the horse dealer, as he was called, was picked up, and then better times came. It was established that Jorgen was innocent. The evening before Jorgen's departure, the night of the murder, Morten and Niels Tove had met at a little tavern north of Ringkjøbing Fjord. A couple of glasses were emptied, not enough to get drunk on, but enough to loosen Morten's tongue. He began to boast of having bought a house and of getting married. And when Niels asked from where he was getting the money, Morten proudly slapped his hand to his pocket. "The money's here, right where it ought to be," he said. This boast cost him his life, for when he rose to go, Niels followed him and stabbed him in the back with a knife, all for the sake of money that was not in his pocket at all. There was a great deal of talk about the affair, but for us, it is enough to know that Jørgen was released. But what compensation did he receive for the long, weary days he spent in the cold and loneliness, and for being despised by his fellow man? Why, he was told it was lucky for him he was innocent. Now he could go. To be sure, the mayor gave him 10 marks for traveling expenses, and several citizens of Ringkjøbing offered him beer and good food. For there are a few kind hearts in the world. Not all men spear, skin, and devour their fellows. But the best thing of all was that a merchant from Skagen named Brønne, the same man with whom Jørgen had intended to take service before his imprisonment, had come to Ringkjøbing on business at just that time and heard the whole story. He was kind-hearted and sympathized with Jørgen's sufferings. Now he would do him a little kindness and prove to him that there are some good people in the world. Out of prison, not only to freedom, but to a paradise of love and kindness. But it is no man's fate to drain a cup of unmixed bitterness. If even man could not endure to offer such to his fellow man, how could the all-loving God? Let the past be dead and buried, said Merchant Brønne. We'll draw a heavy black line over the last year and burn the calendar. And in 2 days, we'll be off together for Skagen. Happy, friendly, peaceful Skagen. People call it the out-of-the-way corner of the country. It's a blessed chimney corner with windows opening out to the whole wide world. What a journey! To breathe the fresh air again, to emerge from the cold, damp prison air into the warm sunshine. The heath was gay with blooming heather. The shepherd boy perched on a warrior's grave mound, shrilling his flute made from sheep bones. Fata Morgana, the beautiful mirage of the desert, flaunted her hanging gardens and floating woods, and the wonderful, transparent phenomenon called Loki driving his flock could be seen. They traveled up toward the Lime Fjord, toward Skagen, through the land of the Vends, whence the men with the long beards, which had earned them the name of Lombards, had emigrated when, in the days of the famine under King Sneo, it was decreed that all the children and old people should be put to death. But Gambaruk, a noble woman of great wealth, had proposed instead that all the young should leave the country. Jorgen was learned enough to know all this, and although he had never seen the land of the Lombards beyond the Alps, he could easily picture it to himself. For had he not in his boyhood seen the south, Spain? He could remember clearly the piled heaps of fruit, the scarlet pomegranate blossoms, the noise and din and ringing of bells in that great beehive of a city. But he still loved best the land of his home, and Jorgen's home was Denmark. At last they reached Vendilskaga, as Skagen is called in the Old Norse and Icelandic sagas. Even then, Old Skagen, with its Easter and Wester town, stretched for miles with sand dunes and farmland as far as the lighthouse near Granen. Houses and farms were strewn among the shifting sand dunes. It is a wild land where the wind plays constantly in the loose sand, and where the screams of seagulls, sea swallows, and wild swans cut sharply through the eardrum. A few miles southwest of Granen is High or Old Skagen. Here merchant Brunna lived, and here Jorgen would now live. The house was tarred. Each of the little outhouses had an inverted boat for a roof, and driftwood joined together formed the pigsty. There was no enclosure, for there was nothing to enclose. But on ropes, strung in long rows, one above another, hung countless fishes, drying in the wind. The whole shore was strewn with dead herring. In fact, the nets could hardly be thrown into the sea before they would be filled with them. Great loads of herring were caught and taken inland. They were so plentiful that many were often thrown back into the sea or left to rot on the sand. The merchant's wife and daughter, and even the servants, rushed out in delight to greet the father when they arrived home. There was such handshaking, so much noise, so much to talk about. And the daughter had such a sweet face and lovely eyes. The house was cozy and roomy inside. The table was set with plates of fish, flounder fit for a king, and wine from Skagen's own vineyard, the great ocean from which the grapes drifted ashore already pressed, both in barrels and bottles. When mother and daughter had heard who Jorgen was, and learned how cruelly he, an innocent man, had been treated, they looked upon him with kindness, and the beautiful Miss Clara's bright eyes sparkled more warmly than before. Jorgen found a blessed home in Old Skagen. It did his heart good. It had suffered so much cruelty, even the bitterness of love, which either softens or hardens the heart. But Jorgen was still young, his heart still soft, and there was a vacant place in it. For that reason, it was perhaps just as well that in 3 weeks Clara was to sail for Kristiansand in Norway to spend the winter with an aunt. The Sunday before her departure, all were to go together to Holy Communion. The church was large and stately, built by the Dutch and Scotch many centuries before, and quite a distance from where the town is now situated. The church was somewhat dilapidated now, and the way through the deep sand made hard walking. But people did not mind these difficulties to get to the house of God, to sing psalms, and to hear the sermon. The sand was piled up outside the wall around the cemetery, but the graves had still been kept free of it. It was the largest church north of the Lime Fjord. The Virgin Mary, with a golden crown on her head and the infant Savior in her arms, was painted in bright colors above the altar. The holy apostles were ranged around the choir, and high on the wall there hung portraits of Skagen's old burgomasters and councilmen, with their insignia of office. The pulpit was carved. The sun shone brightly into the church, lighting up the polished brass chandelier and the little vessel that hung down from the roof. Jorgen was overwhelmed by the same pure, childlike feeling of devotion that had thrilled his soul when, a boy, he had stood in the rich Spanish cathedral. But here, the feeling was different, for in this place, he felt that he was one of the congregation. After the sermon came the communion, and when Jorgen knelt with the others to receive the consecrated bread and wine, he found that he was kneeling next to Miss Clara, but his thoughts were so raised to God and the Holy Sacrament that not until they rose did he realize that she had been his neighbor. Then he saw the salt tears rolling down her cheeks. 2 days later, she sailed for Norway, and Jorgen went out to help on the farm and with the fishing. There were more fish to be caught there in those days than there are now. Shoals of mackerel shone brightly in the darkness of the night, thus betraying the course they were following. The sea robins snarled, and the crabs gave pitiful cries when they were caught. Fish are not as voiceless as people say. Jorgen was more quiet than they. He kept his secret, and yet someday it would perhaps burst forth. Every Sunday, when he sat in church and his eyes rested on the picture of the Virgin Mother, they also paused a moment on the spot where Miss Clara had knelt beside him, and he thought of her and her kindness to him. The autumn brought its rain and sleet. The water rose up in the town of Skagen, for the sand could not absorb it all. People had to wade through it, and sometimes even sail through the streets in boats. Snowstorms and sandstorms followed. Ship after ship was wrecked on those fatal reefs. The sand whirled about and buried the houses until the occupants had to creep out through the chimneys. But that was not an unusual occurrence there. Indoors were comfort and warmth. The blazing and crackling fires were fed with peat or with dried wood from the wrecks, and Merchant Brunna read aloud from an old chronicle. He read about Prince Hamlet of Denmark and of how he landed from England and fought a great battle near Bovbjerg. His grave was at Rama, only a few miles from the eel seller's home, where the heath was like an immense cemetery, studded with hundreds of Viking grave mounds. Merchant Bruna had visited Hamlet's grave. There was more talk of the olden days and of their English and Scottish neighbors. And then Jorgen sang the old ballad about the King of England's son, about the stately ship, and how it was decked out. The blessed words of our dear Lord were written in gold on panels aboard. On the prow, in colors rare, the king's son clasped his maiden fair. Jorgen sang this verse with especial sincerity, while his eyes, luminous and black from his birth, sparkled with more fire than ever. Thus the evenings passed pleasantly, with song and reading. All were happy in that house, even the very animals. The tin shelves gleamed with clean plates. Hams and sausages hung under the ceiling, and they had winter supplies in abundance. Many rich farmhouses like this are still to be found in West Jutland, abundant as this one in good comfort, good cheer, good sense, and good humor, and like the tent of an Arab for hospitality. Jorgen had never spent so happy a time, at least since the 4 days of the funeral, when he was a child. And still, Miss Clara was absent, but she was never absent from their thoughts or conversation. In April, a vessel was to be sent out to Norway to bring her home, and Jorgen was to go with it. He had become so joyous and hearty. Mother Bruna said that it was a pleasure to look at him. "And so it is to look at you," said the old merchant. "Jorgen has put new life in our winter evenings, and in Mother too. Why, you have grown younger this year. You were once the prettiest girl in Viborg, and that's saying a lot, for I've always considered the girls of Viborg to be the prettiest." Jorgen said nothing in reply, but he couldn't help thinking of one Skagen girl, the one he was to bring home. One morning, Merchant Bruna went out to the lighthouse, which stands quite some distance from Old Skagen, but not far from Grenan. The signal lights had been extinguished for quite some time, for the sun was already high when he climbed the tower. 4 miles from the extreme point of land, the sand reefs stretched underwater. Many ships could be seen that day, and among them, with the help of his telescope, he believed he could distinguish the Karen Bruna. That was the name of his vessel. Yes, there she was, sailing home with Clara and Jorgen on board. Clara sat on the deck and saw the sand dunes slowly appear in the distance. If the wind held, they would be home in an hour. So near were they to home and its happiness. so near to death and its terrors. Suddenly, a plank gave way in the ship, and the water poured in. They tried to plug the leak. The pumps worked furiously. The sails came down, and the distress flag was hoisted. They were still 4 miles out at sea, and the fishing boats that they could see were too far off. The wind carried them landward. The tide was in their favor, but they were not strong enough. When the ship began to sink, Jorgen threw his right arm about Clara. What a look she gave him, as crying on the holy name of our Lord, he leaped with her into the ocean. She shrieked in terror, but she knew he would never let go his hold. On the prow, in colors rare, the king's son clasped his maiden fair. Jorgen acted out the old words in this moment of terror and peril. How fortunate that he was an excellent swimmer. He made his way with his feet and one free hand. The other clasped tightly around the girl. Now he floated. Now he trod water with his feet, using every trick he knew to husband his strength so that it might last till he reached shore. When he heard the girl sigh and felt a shuddering thrill pass through her body, he only held her closer. Now a wave rolled over them, but the current still carried them on. The water was so deep and clear that for a moment he fancied he saw shoals of mackerel flashing beneath them. Or was it Leviathan waiting to devour them? Shadows of the clouds swept over the water, to be followed by dazzling sunshine. Flocks of birds flew screaming overhead, while wild ducks, heavily and sleepily drifting on the surface of the water, started into the air in panic at the sight of the swimmer. Jorgen felt his strength going fast when he was only a few cables' lengths from shore. But help was coming. A boat was drawing near. Just then, he distinctly saw a white figure in the water. A wave lifted him up. The figure came nearer. He felt a stunning shock, and everything became dark around him. There on the sand reef lay the wreck of a ship, with the sea partly covering it. The white figurehead leaned against an anchor, and only the sharp iron edge projected above the water, driven on by the fatal force of the current. Jorgen had struck against this figurehead. In a daze, he sank with his burden. But the next wave lifted him and the young girl. The fisherman got them both into his boat. Blood was streaming over Jorgen's face, and he looked as if he were dead. But he still held the girl so tightly they had to tear her from his arm. They placed Clara, pale and lifeless, in the boat and rowed toward Grennen. All methods of restoring her were tried, but in vain. She was dead. For some time, Jorgen must have been carrying a corpse, struggling and wrestling for the life of one who was already dead. Jorgen still breathed, and they carried him to the nearest cottage in the sand dunes. A sort of army surgeon. He was also a smith and a trader who happened to be on the spot, bound up his wound. And the next day, a physician was sent for from Hjöring, but his brain was affected. He lay raving and uttering wild cries until the third day, when he fell into a sort of trance. It seemed his life hung by a thread, and for this thread to give way, the doctor said, was the best wish they could have for him. Let us pray for our Lord to take him. He will never be a man again. But life did not leave him. The thread did not break, though memory and all other faculties of the mind were injured. It was horrible. Only a living body was left, a body that soon regained health and strength. Jörgen remained in Merchant Brun's home. He lost his mind trying to save our child, said the old man. He is now our son. Crazy. That was what they called Jörgen now, but it was hardly the right word. He was like a musical instrument with loosened strings that have lost the power of sound. Very rarely, and only for a few moments, would the old power seem to return. Then they would give old melodies, or a few chords would be played. Sometimes pictures of the past would seem to rise before his mind, but then they would fade away into the mist. And once more, he would sit with a blank, motionless, thoughtless face. We can only hope that he did not suffer. His dark eyes had lost their brightness and looked like black clouded glass. Poor crazy Jörgen, people said. And this was he who, before he was born, was destined to have such a rich, earthly fortune and such happiness that it would be arrogance, terrible vanity, even to wish for or believe in an afterlife. Were all the fine qualities of his soul wasted? Only cruel days, anguish, and broken hopes had been his lot. He was like a precious root which is torn from its rich soil and flung out to rot in the sand. Could this really be the destiny of a soul created in the image of God? A mere game, battered by the chances of this world? No. The God of love will compensate him in another life for all that he lost and suffered in this. The Lord is loving unto every man, and his mercy is over all his works. The pious old wife of Merchant Brunne repeated these words from the Psalms of David in faith and comfort. And she prayed that our Lord would soon end Jörgen's life of sorrow and take him to enjoy God's gift of grace, the life everlasting. Clara lay buried in the churchyard, where the sand drifted over the walls. But Jörgen did not seem to know this. It never penetrated the narrow world of his thoughts, which lived only in fragments from the past. Every Sunday, he accompanied the family to church and sat quietly with a blank face. Once, during the psalm singing, he sighed deeply, and his eyes took on life. He was gazing at the altar, at the very spot where over a year ago he had knelt beside his dead friend. His face turned white, his lips murmured her name, and the tears rolled down his cheeks. They gently led him from the church, but he told them that he was well, and that he had no recollection of what had happened. Poor soul, tried indeed, but not rejected by our Lord. For who dares doubt that God, our Creator, is all-wise and all-loving? Our heart and our mind give us this truth, and the Bible confirms it. His mercy is over all his works. In Spain, where gilded Moorish cupolas are fanned by the warm breezes amid laurels and orange trees, and where song and castanets are heard, a childless old man, the rich merchant, sat in his beautiful palace, sadly watching a procession of pretty children passing through the street with torches and waving banners. How much of his wealth would he not give to have such children himself? He thought of his daughter and her child, who perhaps had never seen the light of this world, hence would never attain the glory of paradise. Poor child? Yes, poor child. Indeed, a child still, though past 30 years old. For Jorgen had lived thus for many years in Old Skagen. The flying sand had drifted over the graves in the churchyard up to the very walls of the church. Here, among those who had gone before them, among relatives and friends, the dead were still being buried. Merchant Brunne and his wife now rested here under the white sand among their children. It was early in the year, the time of storms. The sand curled up like smoke from the sand dunes. The ocean tossed huge waves. Large flocks of birds, like storm clouds, flew screaming overhead, and ship after ship was wrecked on those fatal reefs that stretched along the coast from Skagen to the Hunsby sand dunes. One afternoon, as Jorgen sat alone in his room, a sudden light broke in his mind. It was the same restless feeling that had often in his younger years driven him out over the sand dunes or the heath. Home, home, he said. No one heard him. He left the house, and sand and pebbles whirled around him and beat into his face. He went toward the church, where the sand lay drifted up against the wall and half covered the windows. The church door was unlocked and easy to open. Jorgen went in. The wind raged and howled over the town of Skagen. Such a hurricane had not been known within the memory of man. It was awful weather, but Jorgen was sheltered within the house of God. and while black night reigned outside, within him everything grew bright, bright with the light of the immortal soul. He felt as if the heavy stone in his head had burst with a clang. He imagined that the organ was playing, but it was only the storm and the roaring of the ocean that he heard. As he sat down in one of the pews, he thought the candles were being lighted, one by one, until there was a blaze of light, such as he had only seen in the land of the Spaniards. Then all the portraits of the old councillors and burgomasters came to life. They stepped down from the walls where they had hung for so many years and seated themselves in the choir. Then the gates and doors of the church swung open, and all the dead entered, festively dressed, as was customary in the olden days. Sweet music was played as they walked in and seated themselves in the pews. The psalm singing swelled like the rolling of the ocean. Jorgen's old foster parents from the Hunsby sand dunes were there, and the good merchant Brune and his wife. And beside them, next to Jorgen, sat their gentle, loving daughter. She gave her hand to Jorgen, and together they went up to the altar where they had knelt once before, and the pastor joined their hands and consecrated them to a life of love. Then the sound of the trumpet burst forth, marvelously like the voice of child, full of longing and expectation. It swelled into the sound of an organ, full of rich, glorious tones, blessed to hear, and yet mighty enough to burst the tombstones on the graves. The ship hanging in the choir sank downward in front of them and grew vast and splendid with silken sails and golden masts, with anchors of red gold and ropes of silken twine, like the ship in the old ballad. The bridal couple stepped on board, and all the congregation followed. There were room and enjoyment for all. Then the arches and walls of the church blossomed like the elder and the fragrant lime trees. Joyfully, they waved their green branches and bowed and parted. The ship was lifted up and sailed with them through the ocean, through the air. Every candle in the church became a tiny star. The winds sang a hymn, and all joined in love to glory. No life shall be lost. Supreme happiness forever. Hallelujah. And these were Jorgen's last words in this mortal world, for the thread that held the immortal spirit snapped. Only a lifeless corpse lay in the dark church, while the storm howled and covered it with drifting sand. The next morning was Sunday, and the pastor and congregation set out for church. The road, buried in sand, was almost impassable. When they reached the church, they found an enormous sand heap completely covering the door. Then the pastor prayed briefly and said that as God had now closed the door to this his house, they must go forth and raise him a new one elsewhere. So they sang a psalm and returned home. In vain, Jorgen was sought throughout the town of Skagen and the sand dunes. It was supposed that the rolling waves of sand had buried him beneath them, but his body was entombed in a vast sarcophagus in the very church itself. During the storm, our Lord cast earth over his coffin. The great heaps of sand lay above and around it, and they cover it to this day. The drifting sand lies piled above those mighty arches. Thorns and wild roses now twine over the church, where the visitor struggles on toward its tower, still showing above the sand. His tombstone may be seen for miles. No king ever had a more magnificent one, and no one will ever disturb the repose of the dead, for none until now has ever known his resting place. For this story was sung to me by the storm among the sand dunes.